Φίλες και φίλοι, καλώς ήρθατε στη Σύνοδο ERUA 2025. Ονομάζομαι Λεμονιά Χατζηπαντελή και εκ μέρους του Γραφείου Διεθνών Σχέσεων του Πανεπιστημίου Αιγαίου θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω σε αυτή την ξεχωριστή εναρκτήρια συνεδρία με τίτλο «Πλοηγώντας τα άκρα» μιας συμμαχίας 8 ευρωπαϊκών πανεπιστημίων. Good morning, dear guests, colleagues, professors, students and friends. Welcome to the ERUA Summit 2025. I'm Lemonia Hadzibadeli, and on behalf of the International Relations Office at the University of the Aegean, I would like to welcome you to this very special opening session, Navigating the Edges of the European Reform University Alliance, an alliance of 8 European universities. There will be a change in Greek and English. Okay. Είναι λοιπόν πραγματικά μεγάλη μας τιμή να σας υποδεχόμαστε εδώ, στη Λέσβο, στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου, ένα πανεπιστήμιο που βρίσκεται στα όρια της Ευρώπης, εκεί όπου τα σύνορα συναντιούνται. Οι ιδέες ταξιδεύουν και η αλλαγή αρχίζει. Η σημερινή μέρα δεν σηματοδοτεί απλώς την έναρξη ενός συνεδρίου, αλλά αποτελεί μια συλλογική πρόσκληση για να ξανασκεφτούμε τι σημαίνει εκπαίδευση σήμερα. Στις απογευματινές ολομέλειες που θα ακολουθήσουν θα αναδειχτούν τα επιτεύγματα του ERUA, θα γίνει απονομή βραβείων και θα ακολουθήσει αναλυτική συζήτηση. We are deeply honored to host you here on the island of Lesbos at the University of the Aegean, a university built on the edge of Europe where borders meet, ideas travel, and change begins. This morning marks not just the start of a conference, but it's more a collective invitation to rethink what education means today. We will also highlight our achievements, give awards, and discuss about them in detail in the afternoon plenary sessions. Στη σύνοδο αυτή συμμετέχουν περισσότεροι από 350 άνθρωποι, φοιτητές και φοιτήτριες από τη χειμερινή Ακαδημία του ERUA, Πριτάνης, καθηγητές και καθηγήτριες από όλη την Ευρώπη, τοπικοί εταίροι και φυσικά μαθητές και μαθήτριες των Λυκείων της Λέσβου. Είναι μεγάλη μας χαρά και τιμή που σας έχουμε εδώ πέρα. Η παρουσία σας είναι πολύ σημαντική, καθώς μας θυμίζει ότι το μέλλον της εκπαίδευσης ξεκινά με περιέργεια και με θάρρος. We are joined by more than 350 participants, students from the ERUA Winter School, rectors, professors from across Europe, local partners, and very importantly, the students from Lesbos high schools, who remind us that the future of education begins with curiosity and courage. Θα ακολουθήσουν χαιρετισμοί και ομιλίες από διακεκριμένους εκπροσώπους της πολιτείας, της ακαδημαϊκής κοινότητας, αλλά και από τους ίδιους τους φοιτητές και τις φοιτήτριες. Φωνές που όλοι μαζί εκφράζουν το πνεύμα του ERUA, μια ευρωπαϊκή συμμαχία αφοσιωμένη στη συμπερίληψη, το διάλογο και τη μεταρρύθμιση από τα άκρα. Σας ευχαριστούμε θερμά που είστε εδώ, που φέρετε μαζί σας την εμπειρία, την ενέργεια και τη φαντασία σας. Ας ξεκινήσουμε. In the next part of the session, we will hear welcoming remarks and keynotes from distinguished speakers representing government, academia, and our students themselves, voices that together express the spirit of the ERUA Alliance, committed to inclusion, dialogue, and reform from the edges. Thank you all for being here today, for bringing your experience, your energy, your passion, and your imagination. Let us begin. Στο βήμα, λοιπόν, καλούμε τον πρίτανη του Πανεπιστημίου Αιγαίου, καθηγητή κύριο Δημήτρη Παπαγεωργίου, για την έναρξη των επίσημων χαιρετισμών. Κύριε πρίτανη, παρακαλώ. Ωραία, εντάξει, αλλαγή σχεδίων, there's a change. Okay. Στο βήμα, λοιπόν, καλούμε. Έχουμε τη χαρά σήμερα να έχουμε τον Γενικό Γραμματέα Ανώτατης Εκπαίδευσης του Υπουργείου Παιδείας, Θρησκευμάτων και Αθλητισμού, πρώην πρίτανη του Οικονομικού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών και καθηγητή του Τμήματος Διεθνών και Ευρωπαϊκών Οικονομικών Σπουδών, κύριο Δημήτριο Μπουραντώνη. Παρακαλώ τον κύριο Μπουραντώνη να ανέβει στο βήμα.
Good morning to everybody. Honorable rectors, distinguished guests, and partners, esteemed members of the academia, dear students, I think that it's both A great pleasure and honor to be with you, even though from a long distance, at this opening session of the Assembly of your University's Alliance. And I would like first to thank the University of the Hygiene and its rector, Professor Dimitri Papageorgiou, for kindly inviting me to this very important event. I would like also to extend greetings from the Minister of Education, Mrs. Sofia Zacharaki, to all of you. In my view, your alliance is a flagship initiative which I'm very certain that will strengthen and deepen the European system for higher education. And I do hope, and I'm very certain for that, that today's and next day's sessions of your assembly, of your alliance, will be very fruitful in terms of further advancing collaborations either in the field of education or in the field of research or in both. Just to recall that apart from agreements offering joint academic, joint educational activities, I think that you should discuss further joint activities in the field of research, such as joint PhD supervision, summer schools devoted to research, joint research works and collaboration between the labs of the universities involved in this alliance and the like. So turning now to the University of the Aegean, I must tell you that the Ministry of Education is very, very happy and satisfied that by the fact that the university, due to the untiring efforts of its rector and its academic community, has made internationalization and extraversion as its main strategic goal. And to this effect, the university has managed now to enter into significant agreements, breakthroughs for running from the next year and onwards several joint degree programs, either with members of your alliance or not. And I think that this is a great achievement on the road ahead. Finally, what I would like to underline is that I feel confident that the proceedings of your assembly will be great and will pave the way for further advancement of the alliance. And I do hope that the agreements which will be reached between you will be very significant in order for your alliance to occupy a central position in the European system for higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Bouradonis, and thank you very much for your presence here. I hope we will have the chance to have you in another conference live here in Mytilene.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much for inviting me.
You can go on with your duties, or you can stay and be present with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, as a matter of fact, we don't have so much to say now as a greeting. I think that we have a very useful conversation yesterday, and we have moved some steps further towards the targets of our alliance, and I'm very glad for this. And doubtfully, we owe this to all the rectors, especially John, who is president now of the alliance, but all the rectors and the committees, steering committee, managers, students especially, everyone who is involved in this process, who is a long process. I think it's going well, and I think that we'll have further results, and maybe we can stabilize this as a permanent form of cooperation between our universities. Thank you very much for being here, and I suggest you can also enjoy visiting Mytilene if you have the time from now on. Okay, thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον Πρίτανη μας, τον Πρίτανη του Πανεπιστημίου Αιγαίου, τον κύριο Παπαγεωργίου. Προχωράμε τώρα. Δυστυχώς σήμερα ο Περιφερειάρχης, ο κύριος Μουτζούρης, δεν θα μπορέσει να είναι μαζί μας. Οπότε, εκ μέρους της Περιφέρειας Βορείου Αιγαίου, καλωσορίζουμε τον κύριο Καδί Ιωάννη, Διευθυντή του Περιφερειακού Ταμείου Ανάπτυξης. Κύριε Καδί.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, μια στιγμή γιατί... Λοιπόν, αγαπητοί εκπρόσωποι των πανεπιστημίων και αγαπητοί φοιτητές, με ιδιαίτερη χαρά σας καλωσορίζουμε σήμερα ως μέρος της Περιφέρειας Βορείου Αιγαίου στο νησί της Λέσβου και στο Δημοτικό Θέατρο της Μυτιλήνης στα πλαίσια του ERUA Summit 2025. Το γεγονός ότι η Λέσβος φιλοξενεί μια τόσο σημαντική Ευρωπαϊκή Πανεπιστημιακή Σύνοδο αποτελεί τιμή αλλά και ευκαιρία να αναδειχθεί το νησιωτικό πανεπιστήμιο ως ενεργό μέλος ενός διεθνούς δικτύου που συνδέει την εκπαίδευση, την καινοτομία και την κοινωνία. Εγώ μπορεί να μην είμαι πανεπιστημιακός, αλλά μιλώντας με φίλους πανεπιστημιακούς γνωρίζω πόσο δύσκολος ρόλος είναι ο μεταρρυθμιστικός ρόλος που έχει αναλάβει να υλοποιήσει αυτή η συμμαχία. Στα πλαίσια της συνεργασίας μας με την Περιφέρεια Βορείου Αιγαίου, το Περιφερειακό Ταμείο Ανάπτυξης, το Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου, το DigiCo Vino Hub, διαμορφώσαμε ένα hackathon τις προηγούμενες μέρες, όπου ήταν για μας μεγάλη εμπειρία το να φέρουμε σε επαφή τους φοιτητές μας, νέες επιχειρήσεις με την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση. Γιατί μιλάμε όλοι για έρευνα, καινοτομία, αλλά δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε ότι τόσο η έρευνα όσο και η καινοτομία πρέπει να απευθύνονται στην κοινωνία των πολιτών. Αυτό για μας είχε μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον και σύντομα πιστεύουμε θα παρουσιάσουμε τα αποτελέσματα αυτού του hackathon. Η σημερινή εκδήλωση είναι κάτι περισσότερο από μια ακαδημαϊκή συνάντηση, είναι ένα μήνυμα αισιοδοξίας και συνεργασίας. Από το Βόρειο Αιγαίο στέλνουμε ένα μήνυμα για τα νησιά ότι οι περιφέρειες και τα πανεπιστήμια μπορούν να αποτελέσουν μαζί εργαστήρια βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για όλη την Ευρώπη. Εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου και ένα ιδιαίτερο ευχαριστώ θα ήθελα να πω εκ μέρους της Περιφέρειας και κυρίως του Περιφερειακού Ταμείου Ανάπτυξης στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου, γιατί τόσα χρόνια είναι αρρωγός και συμπαραστάτης μας στα προγράμματα που υλοποιούμε και χωρίς αυτό δεν ξέρω τι θα μπορούσαμε να είχαμε κάνει. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριό σας.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Καδί. Η παρουσία της Περιφέρειας εδώ μας υπενθυμίζει ότι η καινοτομία δεν ξεκινά μόνο από τα μεγάλα κέντρα, αλλά από κάθε γωνιά της Ευρώπης. Στο βήμα τώρα να καλέσουμε εκ μέρους του Δήμου Μυτιλήνης τον Αντιδήμαρχο Παιδείας, κύριο Κοτσόνη Ελευθέριο.
Κύριε Πρίτανη του Πανεπιστημίου Αιγαίου, αξιότιμοι εκπρόσωποι των πανεπιστημίων, Αγαπητοί καθηγητές, ερευνητές και φοιτητές, κυρίες και κύριοι. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή σας καλωσορίζω με τη σειρά μου στη σημαντική αυτή ακαδημαϊκή συνάντηση που συγκεντρώνει εκπροσώπους από πανεπιστήμια της Ευρώπης. Η παρουσία σας εδώ επιβεβαιώνει τη διαρκή αξία της παιδείας ως θεμελίου της προόδου, της συνεργασίας και του πολιτισμού. Η συνάντηση αυτή στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος ERUA δεν αποτελεί απλώς μια σημαντική ευκαιρία για ανταλλαγή πολύτιμων ιδεών. Είναι μια ζωντανή απόδειξη ότι η γνώση δεν γνωρίζει σύνορα. Σε μια εποχή που οι κοινωνίες μας δοκιμάζονται από ταχεία τεχνολογική εξέλιξη, κλιματικές προκλήσεις και κοινωνικές ανισότητες, η ανταλλαγή επιστημονικής εμπειρίας και η σφυριλάτηση ισχυρών δεσμών μεταξύ των ευρωπαϊκών πανεπιστημιακών κοινοτήτων καθίστανται πιο αναγκαίες από ποτέ. Πέρα όμως από την ακαδημαϊκή της διάσταση, η συνάντηση αυτή αποκτά ιδιαίτερη σημασία στο ευρύτερο ευρωπαϊκό πλαίσιο. Σε μια εποχή όπου ο Ήπειρός μας αναζητά εκ νέου τα θεμέλια της ενότητας, της αλληλεγγύης και της δημοκρατικής της ταυτότητας, οι πανεπιστημιακές συνεργασίες λειτουργούν ως γέφυρας αμοιβαίας κατανόησης και κοινού οράματος. Η ανταλλαγή γνώσης, αξιών και πολιτισμικών εμπειριών μεταξύ νέων ανθρώπων από διαφορετικές χώρες συνιστά ουσιαστικό παράγοντα για την οικοδόμηση μιας Ευρώπης που δεν περιορίζεται στα οικονομικά ή πολιτικά της σύνορα, αλλά εμπνέεται από την κοινή της πνευματική κληρονομιά και την πίστη στη δύναμη της παιδείας ως θεμέλιο ειρήνης και προόδου. Ο Δήμος μας, πιστός στη διαχρονική του δέσμευση για την προαγωγή της εκπαίδευσης και του πολιτισμού που παράγεται από την παιδεία, στηρίζει έμπρακτα πρωτοβουλίες που ενισχύουν τη σύνδεση της πανεπιστημιακής γνώσης με την κοινωνία. Θεωρούμε ότι η παιδεία δεν είναι απλώς ένας θεσμός, αλλά μια ζωντανή διαδικασία που εμπνέει, μορφώνει και μεταμορφώνει. Είμαι σίγουρος οι εργασίες αυτής της συνάντησης θα αποβούν απόλυτα γόνιμες. Θα γεννήσουν νέες ιδέες, συνεργασίες και προοπτικές που θα εμπλουτίσουν τόσο την ακαδημαϊκή κοινότητα όσο και τον ευρωπαϊκό χώρο συνολικά. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά και σας εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες σας και μια ευχάριστη παραμονή στην πόλη μας. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Κοτσόνη, μέρος του Δήμου Μυτιλήνης. Έχουμε τη χαρά σήμερα μαζί μας, η επόμενη ομιλήτριά μας εκπροσωπεί την Εθνική Αρχή, που είναι υπεύθυνη για τη διασφάλιση ποιότητας και τη στρατηγική κατεύθυνση της ανώτατης εκπαίδευσης στην Ελλάδα. Μέσω του έργου της, η αρχή αυτή διασφαλίζει ότι τα πανεπιστήμια μας παραμένουν ισχυρά, με όραμα για το μέλλον και προσαρμοσμένα στις εξελισσόμενες ανάγκες της κοινωνίας και της οικονομίας. Στο βήμα, λοιπόν, καλούμε για να απευθύνει χαιρετισμό την κυρία Χριστίνα Μπέστα, Γενική Διευθύντρια της Ελληνικής Αρχής Ανώτατης Εκπαίδευσης, με εξειδίκευση στη στρατηγική της ακαδημαϊκής έρευνας και καινοτομίας με την υποστήριξη των πληροφοριακών συστημάτων. Κυρία Μπέστα, καλώς ήρθατε στη Σύνοδο του ERUA.
Good morning, Honorable Rector of Aegean University, esteemed rectors, vice rectors, and dear participants of the ERUA Summit. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here with you today. As the Director General of the Hellenic Authority of Higher Education, allow me to express our support and warmest wishes for every success in your proceedings. The Hellenic Authority for Higher Education is an independent administrative authority with the mission of ensuring high quality in higher education. In this context, the authority is responsible, on the one hand, for the evaluation of higher education institutions and the accreditation of the quality of their study programs, and on the other hand, the contributing with its proposals to the formulation to the National Strategy for Higher Education and the allocation of public funding to universities. Within our remit, we monitor and study changes and trends in higher education at the international level. Among the most significant developments, we note the integration of digitalization, the technology innovation in education, including the use of artificial intelligence, big data, and virtual reality in teaching, as well as the rapid increase in distance and hybrid programs offerings. With development of various forms of internationalization of studies, such as joint programs, the operation of European university alliances, and the mobility of students and teaching staff. The redefinition of the role of the degree, the focus on skills, the alignment of studies with labor market needs, and the promotion of lifelong learning. The broadening of the social base of higher education by incorporating the values of inclusiveness, the strengthening of administrative and academic autonomy of institutions, the shift towards strategic management, and the parallel development of accountability and quality assurance. These changes bring new challenges for quality assurance, such as in evaluating the quality in digital and blended learning models. The dimension of academic integrity becomes crucial, particularly in addressing issues like plagiarism and AI-generated content. New indicators are being explored to monitor and assess emerging educational activities, while feedback mechanisms are becoming increasingly important. Multiculturalism and multilingualism in international cooperation demand more flexible and adaptive quality assurance systems. Human resources and infrastructure required a different evaluation approach, focusing on enhancing the professional development of teaching staff, investing in modern infrastructure and technology. We understand that innovation is a multi-dimensional concept that goes beyond technology. It concerns how we think, collaborate, and evolve as individual and organization. Non-technological innovation is often very hard to explore and to detect and measure, but is equally critical for sustainable development, social progress, and educational reform. Innovation is not merely the result of good ideas, but primarily the product of a specific mindset and culture. The mindset that fosters innovation is characterized by openness, system thinking, acceptance of potential failure, which is often inevitable but essential for learning, and also in the interdisciplinary approaches through knowledge or methodology exchange and co-creation across scientific fields, leading to richer, more comprehensive responses to research questions and to the applications. Alongside mindset, academic achievements, research teams, and the physical and structural environment of universities form the dimensions of an ecosystem that fosters innovation. Hellenic Authority for Higher Education processes include the evaluation of the academic environment, incorporating these elements into recommendation and strategic proposals to the institution and government. Both the national strategy and quality assurance applied in higher education are constantly evolving, adapting to changes and promoting innovation, because we want universities not just to predict the future, but to create it. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Μπέστα. This kind of mindset is what ERUA actually tries to cultivate and promote. Περνάμε τώρα στην καρδιά της συμμαχίας μας. Από εδώ πηγάζει το όραμα, η συνεργασία και το πνεύμα που μας ενώνει. Let me give the floor to a very important person, to Professor Arnaud Laimet, President, Université Paris, Louis Vincent Sadouni. So Professor Laimet, President of University of Paris 8, leads one of Europe's most reformist and socially engaged universities, one of the founding members of ERUA. His university's legacy is civic engagement and inclusion. It has inspired much of what ERUA stands for today: openness, critical reflection, and shared transformation. Professor Laimet, welcome.
So much people today. Αξιότιμοι εκπρόσωποι των δημοσίων αρχών, συναδελφοί, φίλοι και μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Συμμαχίας για την Πανεπιστημιακή Μεταρρύθμιση, this is a great proposal for ERUA. Dear esteemed representative of public authorities, colleagues, friends, and members of our European Reform University Alliance. Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι και τιμόμενοι που βρίσκονται μαζί σας σήμερα το πρωί σε αυτό το όμορφο θέατρο στη Λέσβο και βέβαια στο Πανεπιστήμιο της Αιγαίου. Στην Ελλάδα, όλα ξεκινεί με ένα ποτήρι νερό. Ένα ποτήρι νερό για να ικανοποιήσουμε την πρώτη ανάγκη όσων ερχόνται σε εμάς. Φυσικά μπορεί να κάνει ζεστή στην Ελλάδα. Αλλά αυτό το ποτήρι νερό είναι πάνω απ' όλα ένας τρόπος να μοιραστούμε μια ανθρώπινη κατάσταση. Είμαστε όλοι ταξιδιώτες και, ως εκ τούτου, ευάλωτοι. In Greece, everything begins with a glass of water. To meet the first need of those who join us, of course, in Greece it can be hot, but above all, it is a way of sharing a human condition. We are all travelers and therefore vulnerable. But we are also curious about others, about their origins, their culture, what they can contribute, what they can receive, in order to be a little more, a little better, a citizen of the world, an enlightened citizen, able to act in the common interest, a cosmopolitan, like Stratis Eleftheriadis, whom we discovered with passion yesterday in his home. Such is the project, I believe, for ERUA. To offer a glass of water to those who are thirsty, to those citizens of the world, those cosmopolitans who see the world burning in many places, their peers in urgent need of inventing new models of living together, of democratic life, of intellectual life. And so, we meet today at a defining moment, a moment that invites us not only to look back with pride, but to look forward with courage. We are midway through Erasmus Plus funding phase, and this midpoint is more than just a mark. It is a mirror that reflects what we have built in these past 2 years and asks us what kind of future we all want, colleagues, students, citizens. In this reflection, we find both a challenge and a promise. The challenge to sustain what we have begun. The promise that ERUA, born out of imagination and conviction, will become not just an alliance, but a lasting community, one strong enough to give itself form, identity, and future. It began in 2020 as part of the European Universities Initiative, but since the beginning, it was already something different. We called ourselves the European Reform University Alliance because reform was not our topic, it was our nature. From the very beginning, we decided that universities could no longer be mere transmitters of knowledge. They had to be living laboratories, places of curiosity, creation, courage. We imagined a university that was flexible, democratic, and participatory in a structure, experimental and playful in spirit, and human-centered and diverse in its strength. We built an alliance, now expanded, whose common ground was not geography or size, but a shared belief. There is no difference between producing knowledge and producing change. Our campuses became testing grounds, places where disciplines meet, ideas cross, and all structures adapt to our questions. We developed joint strategies, set up participatory governance, launched mapping exercises, staff mobilities, new form of teaching weeks, and blended learning. Even through the pandemic, when physical mobility was impossible, our community did not pause, it transformed. Today, ERUA, and John would say it better than I, and Edward, and Inga, and Wiz, and Roman, and all our colleagues, rectors and vice-rectors, ERUA is unique. From Europe's east to its west, from north to south, from insular to mainland, we represent the edges of the continent and the edges of thought. We stand, as we like to say, on the critical edge, where reflection meets innovation, where arts and humanities dialogue with science and technology, and where our reform is not an abstract word, but a living experience. We are a community of reform-oriented universities. We defend a student-centered focus. We foster critical thinking and inclusive participation. And we believe that universities must give every person, regardless of background, every person, the place to imagine and act differently in our transforming world. This is what makes ERUA not just a word, not just a network, but a movement toward a free, equitable, and democratic Europe. ERUA's uniqueness lies in this integration of perspective, humanities, arts, and social sciences in dialogue with sciences and technologies, all working together to respond to Europe's contemporary challenges. Our vision is not a single model, but of a shared ecosystem where each university retains its individual traits while contributing to a collective European identity. In this way, ERUA becomes a microcosm of Europe itself, we could say, and I dare. Many voices, one conversation, many paths, one purpose. Our public value is clear: to reflect critically and act collaboratively in solving the global challenges of our time. To turn knowledge into understanding and understanding into action. And now, midway through our funding phase, this vision demands continuity. It demands sustainability. It asks us not merely to cooperate, but to consolidate, to give our experiment a home and a future. The creation of a legal entity will be the next great step in our reform journey. a sign that our alliance is ready to stand on its own feet, to be durable, and to become a model for others, so we hope. So today, as we reflect on the past 2 years and plan for the next 2, we are not simply evaluating our activities, we are renewing our commitments. We have shown that ERUA is not an event, but a practice. It's not a destination, but a movement. It's not a word in our name. This is the heartbeat of our identity. In the coming years, dear colleagues, dear students, Sinazelfi, Vitites, let us continue to build a university that learns from itself, that transforms through its own experimentation, that welcomes contradiction as a source of creation and creativity, and that serves not only Europe's knowledge, but its democracy, its diversity, and its humanity. Because ERUA is ultimately, and I begin by this way, to care. To care enough to imagine better and to act on that imagination. Together, hola, oli mazimas. Thank you very much.
Αυτά τα ελληνικά του κυρίου Λάιμε, η γλώσσα ενώνει. So we see how languages unite people. Let's move on now to the next one. Next contribution comes from a European perspective. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Gabi Lombardo, director of sorry, I have to make a correction. Professor Laimer is also from Paris, is also the coordinator. It's very important to say of this alliance, of ERUA Alliance. So let's move on to Dr. Gabi Lombardo, director of the European Alliance for Social Sciences and Humanities. She's a leading voice for research and informs policy and strengthens democracy. I have to say about her work reminds that social sciences and humanities are not peripheral. They are central to how Europe understands itself and its future. So the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to go on the side so you can see me. Behind the computer, there's no chance that you're going to see me. I know, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, is the... Sorry? No, it's not. I don't know if they'll send it to you or not. Yeah, this one is... So, good morning and thank you for having me. And I'm not even trying to start in Greek like Arnaud did so beautifully. So I'm just saying good morning. I'm here because I'm the director of European Alliance for Social Science and Humanities. And I want to just take you very quickly through a little journey from the future of the Alliance. It's going to be, I got lots of slides, but I'm going to stick with my 10 minutes. What I want to do, and especially because it's a room full of young people, is to tell you how important science policy is, because it affects every single one of you. It's not just something out there the politicians play with. It's something that actually concerns us. So I'm often recognized as an activist for science. Don't know what that means, but for sure, I think it's important that we understand why it's important to know about designing a new multi-annual financial framework and what that means for us. So that's what I'm going to start with. We are in the process of designing the next 7 years of finance in Europe. It's a big budget. It's a big story. Why does it matter? Well, it matters for a number of reasons. It's because it establishes the scientific and technological objective for the next 7 years. So it's a kind of a set the path, not just at the European level, but it's a congress of member states discussing together the next priorities. It also indicates the broad cross-border research research framework, research priorities, and the mode of funding. So the foundation of ERC has been put back in the highlight, the importance of fundamental research, for example. So the European funding, despite the fact there are about 5 to 7% of the overall budget of research available in Europe, is still extremely important. And it's also set the rule of participation, which often can be mirrored across all the member states. It's set up in a landscape of big discussions. You might have heard about the Letta report or the Draghi report. These are the political documents that the Commission is putting at the core to design the ideas, let's say, the blueprint to design what needs to be implemented. And in these documents, they look at the larger landscape where Europe is now and where Europe wants to go. Research and innovation is a critical path. And in this discussion, the alliance are the core, are still there. And in the ERUA report, they are mentioned explicitly with the strengthening of circulation of brains, for example, where the Letta report instead talks about an investment, an extra investment on the 60 alliance already existing. And the Draghi report, a little bit more pessimistic, because the whole tone of the report is a little bit more, come on Europe, let's do this together, is saying that we are not yet mastering the transfer, the knowledge transfer from university into the real world. So what does the Commission propose? In July 15, 2025, the European Commission put on the table the first proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework. We are talking an investment of 2 trillion. So it's not a little peanuts, it's a kind of important one. And it's the focus of our attentions. Because within this umbrella, we're talking about Europe working together with these 2 trillion, act more flexibility, have a more streamlined and harmonized work, and a budget tailored for national and regional partnerships, for example, which at the moment is challenged by Parliament because it's kind of a shift, quite a lot of funding towards member states, nations, rather than Europe. And again, a balanced package for its own resources for Europe. So let's focus on what this proposal concerns the alliances. Well, there are 3 areas where the alliances in the future could be funded. And these ones are Erasmus+, where the proposal has been funded already. We have Horizon Europe, which is the focus on research, of course, and the Competitiveness Fund. About Horizon Europe, the funding has been doubled, and almost double for Erasmus+ in the proposal. So what is these 3 areas mean? Well, they mean very much, the Erasmus+ is very much about the education side of the story, a lot more focus on mobility and education exchanges and programs, whereas Horizon Europe has a specific focus on research and innovations. And then the Competitiveness Fund, which is the new child in the group, which is going to focus a lot more at the collaboration, the partnership between public and private, for example, skill and reskilling. So let's go a little bit on deeper, 2 slides for a bit on that. So Erasmus+, good news, is proposed, and let me say, this is a proposal, to double from 26 billion to 41 billion. It's 40.8, but I thought to round up to make everybody happy. There's also another area which will look at type of activity that are very, very common in universities. So Agora EU, Creative Europe, this type of activity are often hosted by university. There's an extra budget of 9 billion there. So this is another little pot that not to exclude from your consideration as you go forward. And the Union of Skills. The Union of Skills has been launched in March 25 by the Pillar of Social Rights. It's kind of a central to EU development for the future. And it has a number of boxes, as you can see here, that look at talent, retaining talent, skilling and reskilling. Again, I can see the Alliance and the university be totally central to this kind of implementation of work. But this is a negotiation, and I want you to understand why it's a negotiation. So the European Commission put a proposal on the table, and this is a negotiation. So there's, sorry, I'm missing a slide in this. Okay, there are three parties in this game. So you have the European Commission, who put the proposal out there, we have the European Parliament, and we have the member states. Each of these parties has an interest, a vested interest in the discussion. There are, as I said, the 2 trillion on the table. I mean, there are plenty of interest to have. And there is a proposal on the table, which has been written by just one of the parties. And this is the timetable, the tentative timetable. During this time, which it takes about a year and a half, is a constant negotiation of interest. And Europe is made of several vested parties. So we have member states, of course, and they're not just 27 people. They are the Minister of Finance, the Minister of International Relations, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Universities. Each of them has got his own staff. His staff at home, the staff in Brussels, the staff traveling. And then the Parliament, they are the elected one. They are the one closer to their country. They are the one closer to the European Party. And the Commission itself is split. We have a DG budget, pulling for a very economic-driven kind of budget. We have the Commission, we got DG Education, we have the research component. As you can see, it's a big jungle, because behind these three parties, there are all of us to play and to have a role. And this is why we build a community. The European Alliance of Social Science and Humanities obviously has a little advertising material here. And we build a community because we need a voice for social science humanities, where the STEM were better represented all the time. So we create a community, we create a science policy focus, we look at the machine, how it works, how it can be repaired and improved to allow the participation, and where we can fit better or where we can fit new at a new table, if that needs to happen. And for that purpose, we have the Alliance. And the Alliance is today, within 5 years, one of the 20 stakeholders in Europe sitting at the main roundtable policy of at the European level, as well as a connection with ministry and at the national level across Europe, and in a larger platform at the global level. So, what you need is a voice for the European Alliance. You already had the EU for All, which is a large umbrella organization for the alliances. You needed to identify critical voice, so the one that heard for your agenda specifically. You need to identify champions, a member of the parliament, and identify those who can talk on your behalf. You can't, each one of you, go to a member of the parliament to discuss, but you can find champions who do on your behalf. And identify also champions within these organizations who can foster the argument. The moment there are quite few in Erasmus+, for example, they are really supporting the next investment of about $1 billion around the university alliances. It might happen, and this is all about how much this champion will be successful. And in your own home, in your own university, in your own city, in your own community, do your part, because this is a matter, it matters to all, and all the voices count. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Labanda. I mean, the message that you gave is the most important of all, that all voices count. So let's give to the floor to a very important person. We are honored to welcome Professor Armand-Marie Leroy, from a professor of evolutionary developmental biology from Imperial College London. We are honored to have you today here. You're a globally renowned scientist and writer of different stuff. Thank you. Okay, you have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Do we have a slide there? Open it up. Are we up? Perfect. Thank you. I think I'll stand over here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to speak to you, a great honor. Even though I'm not a member of this wonderful alliance, I'm invited here by George Strogalopoulos and the University of the Aegean. And you may wonder why. And the answer is very simple, is because I have known this island and loved it for a very long time. I first came here in 2001, primarily because I had a friend here, Yorgos Kokras, a colleague in the University of the Aegean, but also because, by coincidence, I had a project. I discovered something. I discovered that the founder of my field, biology, began this field, right here in Lesvos. Aristotle is the very first biologist. You may know him as a philosopher, but in fact he wrote about a dozen books of biology, and it's comprehensive and it's wonderful, and he began it here. It has been suggested with some legitimacy at the lagoon called Kaloni, which bisects this island into, when he was a young man and newly married, he came here, and for the very first time in history, he went down to the shore, picked up a snail, and asked, "What's inside?" For the first time, someone cut open a cuttlefish in order to discover its contents, just for the sake of knowledge. He talked to fishermen and farmers and so on and so forth, and he wrote this all down in a series of wonderful books which are too little known. Anyway, at least so it seemed to me. I said, I have to write a book about this, and indeed I did. This is a big fat book of Aristotelian biophilosophy, and I also did a BBC television program about it. All this took many, many years and many visits.
Closer to the microphone.
All this took many years and many visits to this island. And at the end of it, I discovered that I was rather bereft because I didn't have a good reason to come back here. And so, of course, I found, as academics do, another project, another excuse for coming back here. And that is something very different. I won't go into the details of it, but suffice it to say, I have been studying and working with this man, a potter, Dimitri Kouftis. He is the last true traditional potter in possibly all of Greece. He's a man who spends his time collecting clay from the soil, making the old forms in exactly the way his father and his father before him, and have done so since time immemorial, and firing it in a kiln of this sort, a wood-fired kiln. And he operates in a little village by the sea just up the coast, and I have spent now several summers at his side, essentially becoming an apprentice potter, which I have to say is not a fate that I anticipated as being an Imperial College professor. But there we are. It takes you in the most peculiar directions. The question is why? Why Lesvos? Why have I come back here so many times? And on that hinges, well, the very simple answer is that it's a very beautiful island. It's an extraordinarily beautiful island, of all the Greek islands. And the question is, why is that so? Why is it so beautiful? And I want to tell you just a little bit about the history of this island and its economic development, which actually explains a great deal. The short answer is that the reason why Lesvos is so beautiful is because over the course of the 20th century, it's actually been rather poor. It's escaped much of the development that has occurred elsewhere in many other places, not just in Greece, but throughout Europe. And the real question is, why is that? The thing is, in the 19th century, when Lesvos was under Ottoman rule, it was actually an immensely rich island. And you can see the legacy of these riches right here in the town of Mytilene. This place, this little town, has something like 50 mansions, these magnificent buildings which you will see scattered around here. And these are the consequence of an immense wealth that flowed into, through, and from this island, which was highly industrialized in the 19th century. It was a place where steam engines were running, soap factories and olive presses, and it was part of an economic network that ran all the way from Constantinople, Avilik, Smyrna, Lesvos, Smyrna, all the way down to Alexandria. In the 19th century, there were Lesbian bankers in Alexandria. It was astonishing. In 1912, the battleship Avarov anchored here in the harbor, and the Turkish flag came down, the Greek flag went up, and Lesvos joined the Kingdom of Greece. It happened that late, 1912. Essentially, Lesvos sat out the Greek Revolution until then. And it seemed like a golden age was about to embark for Lesvos, but actually, ironically, it turns out that that's not true. On the others, across the coast, across the strait, on the Anatolian coast, the Turkish governments had begun a program of depopulating the Anatolian coast, indeed Anatolia, of its Greek population. I won't go into the details of this historical event, but it is safe to say that many people speak of it, and I think rightly, as a second genocide comparable to that which the Turkish government inflicted upon the Armenians in the east, which culminated in 1922 with the burning of Smyrna, the great trade city just here to the southeast. Many of the refugees that fled Anatolia came to a place called Skala Skipinia, which is an exquisite little harbor just up the coast. And there's a wonderful novel that is written about it by a guy called Stratis Mirvalis, the Mermaid Madonna, which tells about that first wave of refugees, around 140,000 of them, of whom 20,000 stayed in Lesvos, the rest pushing on through to Athens. It is precisely this little harbor that bore the brunt of the 2015 refugee crisis. This is exactly where they came, and the reason, of course, is simply because it is to this harbor that faces directly over onto the Turkish coast. It's the nearest point of landing. The consequences of these events, which then culminated in 1923 with the population exchange between Greece and Turkey, in which all the Muslim Turks over here moved to Turkey and all the remaining Greek Christians over there moved over here, had profound consequences for the island. It meant that, in effect, Lesvos became cut off from Asia Minor, where previously it had been at the center of these networks. Now it was what I believe you here at ERUA call an edge. It became a remote, unimportant appendage of the Greek economy and Greek state. It would be too much to say that Lesvos fell asleep. However, the signs of economic decline can be seen to this day throughout the island. If you go just a little bit around the corner here, a few kilometers up, you can see this magnificent hotel, which was built in Ottoman times. It's the Sarlitsa Palace Hotel. It's just a ruin now. If you go into the mansions in town, some of them have been bought by the state and some of them are used as offices, and some of them, the old families still persist, but many of them are just falling down. They're uninhabitable now. I mean, who can afford to keep these enormous mansions going? And so if you go in there, you see these melancholy sites. They're magnificent. They are great works of art and architecture in their day. And if you go into the villages, you can see the former factories, which once formed the wealth of this island. Well, now their chimneys are inhabited by storks. Let me try to give you a sense of the numbers of what is involved here, to give you a more formal sense. In 1927, Lesvos, the island, had a population of about 137 people. Smyrna and its surrounds, in modern-day Izmir province, had a population of around 530,000 people. That is to say about 4 times as much. Smyrna was larger than Lesvos, but you can see that the city of Smyrna and Lesvos and Mytilene were very much of the same scale. If you take a look at them now, this is the difference. Lesvos has a population of 87,000 people currently at the last census. That is to say a 40% decline since that day. Izmir province, the same geographic area that I spoke of previously, now has 4.5 million people, where previously Smyrna was 4 times the size of Izmir, of Lesvos. Now it is 50 times larger. That right there is the cost of being an edge. Let me give you an anecdotal example of what this difference is. This is a potter whom I met in Turkey, Bilal Deniz, a wonderful guy, an exceedingly talented potter. His grandfather worked exactly in the same way that Dimitri Kuvtis, my potter up in Agios Stephanos, worked in exactly the same way. A man, a potter, his wife, a small workshop, clay, a wheel, a kiln, making the old forms, the utility. That's not the difference. The question is, how do you want to live? And I speak as an enthusiast of cities. I'm a Londoner through and through, but I have to say, I know how I would want to live. I would want to live here. And I would suggest to you that this is the values that in the 21st century we are developing, and this is especially true among the younger people, a set of values that are much more consistent with the way people live in Lesvos. I'm suggesting that a society in which is more sustainable, in which community is a value, in which is more egalitarian. These are the things that we value quality of life. My proposal is a very simple one. I would like ERUA to consider the possibility of making this island, my adopted island, the island that I love, a laboratory for the 21st century, a place which is perfectly positioned to work out how we can make a better society, ways better of living better than we have before. It has all the ingredients. It has superb infrastructure. It's got wonderful roads, unreasonably wonderful roads, I might add, which go to villages of 500 people. It's got a superb airport, and it's becoming internationally known. Now, here's the thing. Lesvos has largely missed out on tourism. How do you make a living here? One way to do that is, of course, tourism. That's the traditional Greek way. Lesvos has largely missed out of it. However, it is clear that what Lesvos is doing and trying to do is to attract a different kind of tourism. The Molivos Tourism Board, it's a town, our second city up there at the top of the island, is running a campaign, and very successfully over the last few years, called Welcome to Lesvos, the Other Aegean. This is not an Aegean of partying, and it's not of beaches, and it's not of nightclubs. It's about food and walking. It's frankly aimed at middle-aged, middle-class people. People like academics who really just like eating good food and walking through the countryside. And it's actually been reasonably successful. Tourism has never been a big part of Lesvos for some good reasons, but let me show you something. I've pulled down some numbers. This graph shows two lines. The first is the growth of international landings, that is, say, foreign landings in Greece as a whole, international tourists, basically, rebased down to 2010 as one. And the green line shows for Lesvos. Now, what I want you to observe is the following. The first is that between 2010 and 2020, Greek tourism as a whole approximately doubled. I should say, I can't totally vouch for these figures, but I think they're pretty much correct. You know? It approximately doubled, it increased, while Lesvos didn't really go anywhere. It just sort of poodled along. And of course, then there was 2015, there was the refugee crisis. That killed Lesvos, that killed tourism for a few years. And you can see that it barely increased over the course of that decade. And then we had COVID, and of course, tourism just disappeared completely. But what I want you to notice is what is happening now, is that tourism as a whole in Greece has rebounded strongly, and it's rebounded very quickly in Lesvos. And I want you to look at the last two dots, and it's just 2 data points between 23 and 24. Lesbian tourism is actually increasing much faster than that of Greece as a whole. I'm suggesting to you that the rest of the world is discovering this island in a way that it hasn't been before. It's just a few data points, but if it continues, and it's entirely consistent with what I've seen at the airport, this island is going to start changing very quickly. It's going to start waking up. The thing is, tourism is all very fine, and you can even fuel it to revive entire islands. The Japanese have done so at a place called Naoshima. It's a post-industrial, depopulated island that, as a consequence of a large art gallery that was built there, has become an international destination and has been revived and so on and so forth. And that's one model, if you can find a billionaire to build an art gallery on your island, for sure. But we don't want this island to become a tourism island. We want it to have other jobs which generally sustain it. And the question is, what should they be? Well, this is what is less clear to me, because I am merely a biologist, not a social scientist, not an economist, nor infrastructure expert, but I just wish to propose to you the following, that now in an age in which creative work is so much more distributed than it ever was, this is the age in which a place like Lesvos can flourish again. And it is a place which has, as I say, superb infrastructure and has the advantage of being anchored by a wonderful university, the University of the Aegean. That is what makes it special, and that is why I would like you to think of it as a place to carry out an experiment in building a 21st century utopia. That is what I would like. This is not an original idea. In 1851, a Mathemata school teacher, village school teacher who lived here, a man called Stavrakis Anagnostis, he wrote a 200-page poem about Lesvos, about the island he loved. I have to say, it is not entirely readable, but it is wonderful in its intention. It reviews the history of the island, and much of it is devoted to urging the lesbian youth to become educated and transform the island. He had the noblest ambitions for the island. He was part of what you could call the Greek Enlightenment. As I say, it's not really readable, but the ambition was noble, and it is in honor of his poem that I've titled my talk, An an ode to Lesbos. Thank you very much.
We are more than grateful. You're more than a biologist. I could say that's a combination of a historian, social scientist. I mean, this is a proposal really enlightening and inspiring, and maybe ERUA should think about it for sure. So let's move on. On the floor, we should now welcome the student voice, the student representative, Mohammed Ismail. Because ERUA, what is ERUA? Not only academics, it's a student-centered alliance. So Mohammed Ismail represents ERUA students, and his presence reminds us that students are not only beneficiaries of education, but they are co-creators. Please, Mohammed, welcome.
No, just I'm going to speak. Okay. Thank you so much for a warm introduction. And good morning, everyone. Wow, it has been a privilege to be able to speak in front of honorable guests, esteemed professors, and such a vibrant audience. So truly feel honored to speak. Over the past 3 days, winter school students and ERUA summit participants have navigated the edges regarding the various aspects of climate change, sustainability, community building, research, law and migration, but in particular, what I wanted to speak about, how this vision has challenged the traditional hierarchies of learning, which is basically, or more specifically, the traditional learning model. Traditional learning model is what happens when students are passive recipients of education. Now, what that means is that students just arrive at the university, attend the lecture, and maybe do a few assignments or in and out project and call it a day. There is no two-way feedback between the teachers and the students. And this not only leads to negative self-confidence of the students, but also stifles the process of innovation as well as the critical thinking. Now, this summit in particular has challenged this traditional way of learning. And research has shown that, an overwhelming body of research has shown that this is the case. And this summit has been truly a memorable experience for me. From enjoying Greek hospitality to mouth-watering food to occasionally watching Greek television before falling asleep. It has been truly wonderful, but before I get carried away sharing my experience, let's get back to the matter at hand. Now, there are, as evidence, this summit has shown that what happens when students becomes partners in the learning process. As throughout the summit, we have witnessed various student-led workshops as well as events, and all of them were co-created by the students. And this basically demonstrates that when you entrust students, they can become the knowledge co-creators as well as democratize the knowledge. And I have a lot of examples, and it will probably take me 2 more hours, so we're not going to get into that. However, the two particular aspects that I want to draw attention to is first the creation of the local board. What this means is that each university in ERUA has created a local board, student board, and these students then elect student board members. And these student board members, they represent the student interests as well as taking care of all the student needs. So truly, it has not only democratized the knowledge creation, but also the process of decision making. And finally, I would like to talk about the student-led magazine, which is Ketchup. There we have a second edition right now that has been published, so highly encourage for all of you to read it. But the point of bringing up the magazine is that the magazine has an article published which has 16 authors, and that includes the students, ERUA staff members, as well as the teachers. So this is a proof that when you involve students as research partners, wonders can happen. And I'm going to conclude by thanking local board members, ERUA student ambassadors for initiating new students to the ERUA experience, as well as the local board members of their respective universities, increasing the engagement as well as fostering this student as a partner model. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Students are really the essence of, at least a very important part of the essence of ERUA. So last but not least, I would like to give the floor to Professor Elena Theodoropoulos. Let me make a short presentation of Professor Theodoropoulos. She's a professor of philosophy of education with emphasis on practical philosophy, and she is the scientific responsible and the coordinator of ERUA for the University of the Aegean. She has been a vice rector of academic affairs and of student welfare, and now she is a member of the council board of the University of Aegean. Welcome, Ms. Theodoropoulos.
Now we are again here again. I have the privilege to address myself now to the students of high schools in Lesbos, and I will turn the language in Greek soon in order to address to them. But I would like to say that Professor Leroy has made to us clear by combining anthropological level, architectural level, philosophical level, science. He showed us how the heart of the concept of edge vibrates and where it vibrates. It vibrates through passion, his love, but through passion, and passion is a decision. The decisions to live in the edge or at the edges, and this decision is a way of thinking and a way of being. And we would like to have a Professor Leroy for the other 5 edges of the University of the Aegean, the other islands. He could probably visit them also in order to make their in and their out. Thank you, Professor. And so now I will turn in Greek. We will have the translation anyway. Θα ήθελα να απευθυνθώ στους μαθητές και στις μαθήτριες των ηλικίων της Λέσβου που μας τίμησαν σήμερα με την παρουσία τους και δέχτηκαν να χάσουν το χρόνο τους ακούγοντας αυτά τα πανεπιστημιακά πράγματα. Για μας είναι μια μεγάλη γιορτή. Για το Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου είναι μια μεγάλη γιορτή, γιατί φιλοξενούμε ανθρώπους από 8 πανεπιστήμια της Ευρώπης και για σας είναι μια ευκαιρία να δείτε μια αυθεντική, θα έλεγα, ακαδημαϊκή στιγμή. Για μένα είναι μια ευκαιρία να σας προσκαλέσω να επισκέπτεστε, να επισκεφθείτε και να αγαπήσετε το Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου, διότι είναι κομμάτι της ζωής σας, κομμάτι της Λέσβου, κομμάτι του Αιγαίου και είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον να δείτε ότι δεν είναι μόνο ένα τοπικό πανεπιστήμιο ή ένα ελληνικό πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι ένα πανεπιστήμιο που σας δίνει τη δυνατότητα, θα σας δώσει δυνατότητα, αν θελήσετε να σπουδάσετε μαζί μας, να ανοιχτείτε σε ένα διεθνές περιβάλλον. Η Συμμαχία ERUA, στην οποία ανήκει το Αιγαίο, είναι ένα τέτοιο διεθνές περιβάλλον. Μπαίνοντας λοιπόν στο Αιγαίο, εκείνο που μπορείτε να κάνετε αμέσως είναι να έχετε πρόσβαση σε 8 ευρωπαϊκές πόλεις, σε 8 ευρωπαϊκά πανεπιστήμια, σε 8 διαφορετικούς τρόπους ζωής. Πρέπει να αισθάνεστε ότι είναι τύχη να έχει κάποιος ένα πανεπιστήμιο στον τόπο του και μάλιστα ένα πανεπιστήμιο στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου που αγαπάει τον τόπο του, που αγαπάει την περιφέρεια, που αγαπάει τις άκρες, που αγαπάει να ζει στη θάλασσα. Εσείς όλοι είστε μέρος της ρομαντικής μου νιώτης όταν ξεκινούσα στα σχολεία, στο γυμνάσιο και στο λύκειο. Η Λέσβος, τα νησιά, είναι μέρος της ρομαντικής μου ενηλικίωσης. Πήρα την απόφαση να φύγω από την Αθήνα και να ζήσω κοντά στη θάλασσα. Δεν το μετάνιωσα ποτέ. Συνεχίστε να παίρνετε την απόφαση να ζήσετε στον τόπο σας, να ζήσετε κοντά στη θάλασσα, να ζήσετε μαζί μας στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αιγαίου, μαζί με τα ERUA πανεπιστήμια. Να είστε καλά, σας ευχαριστούμε και πάλι για την τιμή της παρουσίας σας.
Okay, so I suppose that we heard enough greetings, but they were enriched with ideas and inspiring ideas. So thank you all for greeting us, for speaking, for sharing your thoughts here at the University of the Aegean. Ευχαριστούμε όλους τους ομιλητές και τις ομιλήτριες. Η εναρκτήρια ολομέλεια αποτυπώνει το πνεύμα του ERUA, μια κοινότητα που μαθαίνει από τη διαφορετικότητα, συνεργάζεται πέρα από τα σύνορα και οραματίζεται το Πανεπιστήμιο του αύριο. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ που ήσασταν εδώ. Ένα μικρό διάλειμμα και θα συνεχίσουμε αργότερα με τις και μισή. Okay, 11 to 11:30. Okay, the next plenary sessions will start. Thank you all for being here.
Αν είστε πίσω σε μισή ώρα, μπορεί να το καταφέρω. Hello, good afternoon. Please take a seat. We start. Thank you. Today in the morning, we had a very interesting presentations, I think. And can you hear me? Okay. And we try to see a little bit more calmly and from a little bit more distance ERUA and the way that it goes. The same calm and discussion and presentation we're going to have now, together with some awards that have been already announced, some of them not. And the first issue that we're interested, because we're going towards a new presidency, is to hear the views of the previous president and chair and the next one. So if you could please, Professor Inga Zarinini.
Dear colleagues, esteemed directors, distinguished guests, and of course, dear students. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today, as we also mark the handover of ERUA Board of Rectors chairing. This moment means a lot for all of us, as it is not only the rotation of leadership, but also a continuation of our unique shared academic journey. One that unites us in our belief and commitment that our collective academic intelligence, forefront knowledge transition to the urgent societal demands, values-based governance models and collaboration are essential to the future of European higher education area and Europe as a whole. During this important last academic year, we have achieved very remarkable results. We were shaping ERUA's identity not only on rhetorical level, but by doing in our everyday working routines. Together, we have taken important milestones to turn our ideas and strategies into the concrete results. We have expanded our academic collaboration models, created a true sense of togetherness through deep engagement with our students and communities. We launched joint initiatives that reflect our shared values, from the powerful voice on sustainability to the innovative joint academic programs, flexible learning and teaching paths, research clusters, ecosystem and support measures, digital tools that connect our universities more closely than ever before. Most importantly, we have continued to nurture the spirit of ERUA that challenges us to question the status quo, to act together with integrity and courage, and to make higher education more inclusive, more engaged, and more responsive to the world around us. None of this would have been possible without the dedication and vision of each institution of our ERUA Alliance, and all brilliant minds of committed people which are represented here today. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, and especially to ERUA students, who reminds us every day why we do this work and for whom we build this alliance. Today, as we celebrate another milestone in ERUA's growth, the ongoing work on the establishment of its legal entity, I am confident that our alliance will continue to flourish, not just as a network of universities, but as a living, evolving community of like-minded people, the true European academic family. It is now my great pleasure and honor to hand over the chairing of the Board of Rectors to Rector Magnificens of Macerata University, Professor John McCourt. John, your energy, professionalism, your deep commitment to academic values, and your European perspective make you the perfect person to lead ERUA into its next phase. I do so with trust, pride, and optimism, knowing that under your leadership, ERUA will continue to grow in strength, diversity, and vision. Thank you all for your meaningful collaboration, for your friendship, and your belief in this remarkable alliance, our European family. It has been a true honor to serve as a chair of the Board of Rectors. Thank you.
The previous speaker said it all. Mr. Rector.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here and an honor. I'd like to begin by thanking Inga for her great dedication and for her inspiring leadership over the past year, and I will do my best to follow in her footsteps. Her introduction has added to the pressure that I was already feeling. Her absolute being convinced that things will continue to go in the right direction. I will certainly do everything I can to continue to help ERUA to grow and prosper into the future. The role of the chair of ERUA is to be primus inter pares, to be one among equals, and we are 8 rectors, 8 musketeers. 8 is a very good number, which gives us a sense of infinity, but also gives us a sense of starting out of new things. And ERUA is a constant journey where we continue to invent new things that are to the benefit of our individual universities and to the benefit of our group of universities, of our alliance. ERUA, I believe, genuinely can help us single universities to become better versions of ourselves, but together to create something very, very special. So I will be relying on the wisdom and the support of my 7 fellow rectors, as well as the energy and the creativity of our wonderful ERUA community, which is so well represented today. In the first place, of our students, who are at the core of everything that ERUA is attempting to do. Our researchers, our professors, our managers and administrators. All of us together, all of you together, give life and meaning to this alliance. And so I look forward to continuing to work closely with each and every one of you, with Arnaud, who is of course rector of our lead university, and with all of the universities. I want to thank Dimitris for the wonderful hospitality that we are enjoying in these days. This is, I think he deserves, and his team deserve. They deserve our gratitude for what's happening here on this event. I have to admit I'm looking forward to next year's event when I hand over the chair in 1 year's time to Edward, who will become the chair in a year's time, and hopefully we will have made progress in the meantime. Our alliance seeks to grow and to strengthen itself in what are these difficult times, but I believe that we can respond, that we can continue to respond with conviction and imagination to the challenges that undoubtedly face us and face our continent. In the coming year, our focus will be on laying the groundwork for the long-term future of our alliance. We're already trying to do that, but we need to speed that up. Continuing to build the vision, the organizational structures, the relationships, and the shared sense of purpose that will sustain us. ERUA is unique in its focus on the humanities and on the social sciences, in its desire to be a catalyst for reform and for bringing change to each of the communities in which our single universities are located. It is unique in its determination to turn our geographies, our presence on the edges of Europe into, let's call it, a competitive edge, into a strength. In his poem, The Second Coming, the great Irish poet, I can be allowed today to quote an Irish poet, W.B. Yeats wrote, "Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart, the centre cannot hold." His terrifying poem, which suggests that the centre cannot hold, and indeed it didn't hold. Today, looking in from the edges, many of us worry once again that the centre is not holding. But we also believe that the centre can hold, must hold, and can hold when the voices from the peripheries are heard, make themselves heard, and are brought more fully into focus and into play. What others might see as a weakness, our distance from the traditional centres of power, we must turn into a strength. Through our shared policies and through the mechanisms of the legal entity, which we will sign in the spring, we can and must transform the edge, in the sense of the periphery, into a cutting edge that can help carve a vision of our common European future, of our common future. And there could be no better place to reflect on that than here, in the Aegean. At once the edge of Europe and the place where Europe began. The Aegean reminds us that edges can be places of both meeting, exchange, and transformation. Spaces of exchange, of learning, and of renewal. As a scholar of James Joyce, and this is the last literary citation I will make, who in Ulysses celebrated, and I quote, "the Greeks and the Jews and the Arabs and the devil knows who else from all the ends of Europe," I find it particularly moving to assume the chair of this alliance right here in Greece, a country whose literature, philosophy, and spirit were among Joyce's deepest sources of inspiration, but they are at the sources of inspiration for this entire European project. Joyce turned again and again to the Greek world for models of transformation and self-discovery. In Ulysses, written in exile as a migrant between Trieste, Zurich, and Paris, he combined elements from Dublin, Trieste, Austro-Hungary, Gibraltar, and many other places in Europe to form a cosmopolitan vision of Dublin that was as much a vision of the future as it was a portrait of the present. Literature can help us see into the future. That same Joyce arrived in Trieste in 1904, a penniless migrant only to be arrested on his first night and spent his first night in jail there. Migration is a big issue that we're trying to look at as part of our alliance, and sometimes we can find inspiration in unexpected places. In Ithaca, in Ulysses, the 17th episode, the homecoming episode, he writes, and these are Leopold Bloom's thoughts, but they're not too far away from Joyce's, and maybe not too far away from our own aspirations. Because at the critical, and I quote, "because at the critical turning point of human existence, he desired to amend many social conditions, the product of inequality and avarice and international animosity. He believed that human life was infinitely perfectible, eliminating these conditions." I think that James Joyce could be the patron saint of ERUA, and maybe we will have a proposal in that direction in the coming year. Like Joyce, we too seek to move beyond the ancient and the modern, the local and the global, between the edges and the centre, and to read our European world from its margins. In many ways, that is what we in ERUA are doing, reading on the edge. We understand that the periphery is not only a physical location, but also a cultural vantage point, a place from which to observe, question, and critique a globalized world that too often takes its own centre for granted. Coming myself from Ireland, once seen as an outpost on Europe's western fringe, but now, thanks to its being part of Europe, is very much at its heart. I know from experience the transformative potential of the European project. And I think we deeply believe in that transformative potential, and as ERUA we want to contribute to that. Much of Europe's vitality lies precisely in its regions, in the smaller cities and territories where our universities are rooted. Much of what's best about Europe lies in our communities. It is there, it is here, in the peripheries, that growth, sustainability, reform, experiment and inclusion can and must take shape powerfully. But if we as ERUA are to achieve these aims, we must become more concrete, even more concrete. It has not been easy to get to where we are, to create a functioning structure, a true working alliance. But I think we really should be very proud of what we have achieved, but also very aware of how much we still have to do. What matters now in these coming 2 years is delivery, tangible results, visible progress, measurable impact. We need to accelerate to make ERUA even more operational, more visible, more cohesive. Our work must be measured in the opportunities we create for and with our students, in the partnerships we forge, in the innovations we deliver together. Only by turning our ambitions into realities will we ensure the sustainability of this alliance. This means reforming our governance. We need clarity of structure and function between the Board of Rectors, the Steering Committee, our Management and Vice Rectors Committees, our student committees. Our new Secretary-General will have to be given the backup, not just of a project manager, but also of a dedicated secretariat, focusing on the alliance and providing coordination, continuity, and internal communication. This would help us to act more efficiently and with greater coherence. We also think beyond the life of the current project. Sustainability cannot and will not depend solely on EU funding. We need to map our strengths and align them with external funding opportunities while leveraging our shared identity to attract new partners. ERUA can and must be a catalyst for social change, and this was repeated many times yesterday, helping each of our universities to engage more deeply with their local realities, linking universities and wider social communities. This is how we demonstrate real impact. We will advance our joint degrees, such as the one that's currently about to open on migration, a theme which combines research, ethics, pedagogy with direct social relevance. We will work to reinforce our research clusters and promote social entrepreneurship, ensuring that ERUA's initiatives translate into concrete, transferable outputs for all of our universities. We, like all other alliances, must prove our distinct value. This means showing clear outcomes for students, staff, and our communities. We must demonstrate how ERUA contributes to employability, innovation, and social cohesion through the humanities and the social sciences. Yes, we will do it to satisfy the European Commission, but more than anything else, we will do it for the benefit of our university communities and for the benefit of the territories that we call our homes and for the benefit of the group that we are now in ERUA. We will also work more strategically across the Alliance's network, forming partnerships, trying to share best practices. We don't have to invent the wheel every time. There are lots of good things we can begin to use. And we also need to connect more closely with STEM both within some of our universities and without. This means collaborating on interdisciplinary research, on sustainability, on digital ethics, for example, on AI governance, developing joint courses, micro-credentials, linking data, technology, society, building partnerships with employers, public institutions, cultural organizations that prepare our graduates to combine technical literacy with critical, creative, and ethical thinking. We are in a time of huge technological change. I'm on the last page, so don't panic. I'm not going to go on too long. We're in a time of huge technological change. Some rather hyperbolically refer to this as the age of artificial intelligence that challenges higher education to rethink its role, and it's a big challenge. Employers' expectations are clear. AI literacy is now a core skill that they expect. Critical thinking must be redefined for the AI era. Ethics and responsible use of technology must be embedded across curricula. And more than ever, we must nurture human-centered abilities, communication, creativity, collaboration, empathy, and what some people call the relationship edge. ERUA's humanistic and social orientation positions us to explore how the digital and the human can evolve together, not in opposition, but in partnership. In this spirit, I was struck recently by a book by a colleague from Macerata, Arianna Fermani, a philosopher, and the title of her book is Aristotle, Manager. It seems that these two words put together can synthesize how we want to put the humanities at the service of the real world of work. Her message is both timely and timeless. Leadership, whether in business, government, or academia, demands phronesis, practical wisdom, the capacity to unite thought and action, reflection and decision in the service of meaningful praxis. That too is our challenge in ERUA, to move from vision to practice, from ideals to implementation, from philosophical purpose to managerial clarity. Our future depends on our capacity to cooperate, to govern effectively, to deliver results, and to remain faithful to our shared European values: academic freedom, autonomy, inclusion, and democracy. Together, let us ensure that ERUA continues to be a space where ideas cross borders, where edges meet and enrich the centre, where we help shape a truly human European future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very inspirational, very optimistic. And we have to see how this legal entity can give this support and this push that we're thinking about. So, Professor Arnaud Laimé, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Familo Stanglica, mono, signomi. I will be short. And as my dear colleagues said, this legal entity is an important step for us because it will provide a durable framework for a deeper cooperation between us. And it will reflect a long-term commitment and a strategic alignment beyond project cycles. It will also provide centralized services at the end, integrated management of internal funding and external funding, Erasmus+, Horizon Europe. It will facilitate joint projects, neutral use of resources, and we hope collective fundraisers. It will support long-term planning, governance, and implementation of the Alliance's strategy. This legal entity will ensure also equal representation and shared responsibilities among partners, the 8 Musketeers, will act as a single point of contact for external stakeholders, and it will position the Alliance as a frontrunner in the European University Initiative and as an active player at the European level. It will facilitate implementation of the Alliance long-term strategy across missions, and it will strengthen visibility and operational capacity to mobilize external and internal resources. In conclusion, we can say that this legal entity is the backbone of the sustainability and the continuation of our strategy. It will embody shared vision, enhance operational capabilities, and ensure resilient and long-term collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Students have undertaken, as we have seen also yesterday, a number of initiatives, and one of them is the development of the Blue Manifesto. We would like Samuel to say a few things about this manifesto, and then, of course, Professor Edward Müller to comment and to say his view.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the local authorities, the rectors, the Secretary General, the whole ERUA team, and of course, my fellow students, which we cannot forget are the biggest number of people right here. And I'm really proud and honored to be representing the Blue Commission. It's a student-led and student-created body formed by 20 students from all 8 institutions, and most of them are here. I would like them, please, to raise their hands so that you can see them in the crowd. Blue Commission, please. So now you may be wondering what the Blue Commission is. So just by the color, you can see that blue symbolizes the sea, the sky, and in nature in general. In fact, in the past, blue used to be describing nature before green overtook in the past century. So with that in mind, we created this commission. We started working in the last summit in MRU. So 2 students from the Marine Science faculty in Las Palmas gave a workshop, student-led again, and they presented the sustainability issues in the Alliance and as well as globally. And by doing that, they raised awareness among students, and we decided to create this commission that started working at the end of the past year. And what a year, because we've been working nonstop. It's been just over 11 months, and we've had time to prepare an open call to call for the students to select them, students selecting students with the help always of the Alliance. Then we had 8 online workshops to prepare for an in-person summit that we presented in Las Palmas in May. And that was a huge experience. We were really supported by our institution and by ERUA, and we had an amazing time to learn, to focus on sustainability the more wide spectrum possible. So it's not just about nature, you know, sustainability has way more than that. And after that, we created and we started drafting the manifesto, which is why I'm here today. So the manifesto was the very first idea before even creating the Blue Commission. We wanted to make an impact as students. Sustainability is an issue, and as we say in the manifesto, we are committed completely to do anything as students to improve it inside our institutions. So our cornerstone is clearly improving sustainability in higher education, which is the name of the manifesto. And after that, we expected rectors to read through it closely and, of course, present their opinion on it. And right now here, I am hand-overing them the manifesto. They've already had the opportunity to read it, and now we will start discussing. I hope so, because from the Alliance, we want, and I think we can all agree, that this is not a manifesto to be left in a drawer. We want this to start a conversation, a real conversation with real measures to improve sustainability. Always, we know, we are also stating it in the manifesto, it's not easy. There are a lot of things to take into account. From a student perspective, we don't always know everything about management in the universities. So this manifesto is really strict, maybe even a little idealist, but that was also the idea. So now let's start the discussion with the rectors. And again, this is a one-pager with 35 measures on all topics divided by the chapters of the European Commission. And I would like to thank, again, all the Blue Commission members and also the experts from the different universities that helped us review the manifesto when it was in the final phases. And of course, a sincere gratitude to both Bruna and Nikki and Lucas as well, that supported me in particular at the end of this very challenging journey that I'm now proud of finishing, at least in the drafting. And now we're heading to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to have the honor on behalf of the rectors of ERUA member universities to warmly acknowledge the deep engagement of all our students in the ERUA community, but in particular at this very moment to those who are working in the Blue Commission. Your manifesto for sustainable higher education is an inspiring contribution to our shared goal of building a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient academic community. And we, as rectors and presidents, view this manifesto as a valuable starting point for further dialogue and cooperation. That's what you suggested, to start a dialogue, to start a discussion. I'm afraid we won't have the time to do it here right now, but we will be open to get into this dialogue and cooperation. All our universities are already deeply engaged in sustainability through a range of strategies, research initiatives, and collaborations involving staff and students. The perspectives and proposals offered by you, the Blue Commission, are a welcome addition to these ongoing efforts and an encouragement to reflect together on new possibilities. And we therefore express our support for the broad aims and guiding principles of the manifesto and our commitment to developing an open and constructive dialogue with the Blue Commission and with the ERUA Green and Inclusive Committee as we continue to advance sustainability within our alliance. Let me take this opportunity to also congratulate two other initiatives of our ERUA students, which have been selected within ERUA's recent student-managed open call for joint student projects, namely Eurovision, a music contest for unity that brings together students across Europe through the universal language of music. And the second project, Exploring China, will promote dialogue on Chinese culture through academic, artistic, and participatory activities. I was told a few members of both project teams are here with us today, so please join me in congratulating them with a huge applause. We wish both projects and all engaged in them great success, and we are very much looking forward to intensified dialogue and cooperation. Thank you.
Common effort for structured engagement for joint degrees is one of the cornerstones of ERUA, proving its capacity that universities can work together. So I would like Professor Roman Sislak and Radek, if he is here afterwards, to say a few words. Mr. Rector, as you like.
Hello, everyone. I'm great that you are here in this beautiful island and this beautiful university. We are the ERUA believers. We all believe in potential of ERUA Alliance. We know that we can transform education world around us through our activities. But we also need to believe that small things are important. They are important because they are meaningful. And we did the first small step. We prepared the master's program on forced migration. And I would like to thank all of you who were involved in preparing that program. We are going to launch this program next year, hopefully. Radek Stanszewski, Director of International Affairs, will present the details. But if you allow me to give all of them a round of applause for starting that job and finishing that job.
Thank you very much, Rector. The work is not finished. It will be finished when we enroll the first students. Yes, I was asked to present to you some details about the joint master's degrees that we are preparing as the European Reform University Alliance. The first one is the joint master on forced migration. There are 124 million displaced people around the world right now. So imagine the whole population of Japan, or 1/3 of the population of the European Union that cannot live where they call home. We are an ambitious alliance, but also one that is focused on facilitating or solving certain problems that are pressing the communities around the world. The Joint Master on Forced Migration has been developed by all of ERUA universities. 6 of them will be teaching universities. The remaining 2 will facilitate research and the internships of the students involved. We are applying for an Erasmus Mundus Joint Master's grant to fund this program. We are submitting the application in February. But forced migration doesn't come out of thin air. We are very well aware of that. And we are also working on other joint masters that are addressing issues that create the problem of forced migration. Forced migration is caused, for example, by the climate crisis. And this is why we have created a joint master's degree, or are working on a joint master's degree, in psychology of climate action that we call Green Mundus. This master has been prepared by ERUA universities together with partners from Norway and the Philippines. And we are also looking for associated partners in other Global South countries that are affected by the climate crisis. We have already secured funding from the European Commission to start working on this joint master via the Erasmus Mundus design measures. And we hope to submit an Erasmus Mundus Joint Master application to fund the delivery of the program in February 2027. But migrants and vulnerable communities need legal protection, and this is the 3rd topic of our joint masters. This is a joint master on international law that we are currently developing within the European Reform University Alliance. The work is still ongoing there, but we hope that by the end of the current funding period of the European Universities Initiative, so by the end of 2027, we will have those masters up and running. Thank you very much.
Getting ERUA closer to STEM and closer to digital technologies is one of the issues that has been discussed quite a few times. One of our work packages, WP8, is working in this field, and I would like to ask Nikos to tell us a few things about the product that has been produced, and what's the future about it?
So thank you very much, George. Thanks everyone for being here. My name is Nikos Triantafilou. I'm a researcher here at the University of the Aegean at the Information Management Lab, which took the technical lead in the development of this project. And on behalf of the whole Work Package 8 that built this, I'm really glad to be here and honored for this opportunity to present our work. So the work for the ERUA ID started on the days of ERUA 1, but has really evolved and matured during ERUA 2. This initiative is really about building a shared digital identity infrastructure for our universities. It started with a simple idea but powerful. Basically, reuse the existing infrastructure that we have in our universities and use that to serve the needs of our alliances instead of reinventing the wheel, basically. So what is actually ERUA ID? Let's look into that. It's both a technical framework in a sense and a vision. The technical framework is about building a decentralized digital identity infrastructure supported by a wallet application aligned with the developments of the European digital identity ecosystem and enabling students, researchers, everyone in our universities to store inside this wallet application credentials that prove their identity, prove their affiliations with the universities, with our alliances, and use through this wallet these credentials in order to access digital services and beyond. And the vision is essentially to allow a seamless mobility inside our alliance. So it bridges, in a sense, the gap between digital and physical services. We've seen this actually being used today. In the winter school, in the summit, we've seen the students register using their wallets, using their ERUA ID, participating in workshops with that and verifying their attendances. Basically, a tangible demonstration of what a digital identity means in the everyday academic life. So why does this matter beyond just the uses of ERUA, right? So ERUA ID is built on top of the work that members of the ERUA Alliance did in very, let's say, prominent EU projects like the European Blockchain Software Infrastructure Project, EWC large-scale pilots, and collaborations with other alliances like UNA Europa and FilmEU. Together, we're all addressing shared problems of our academic lives, building an interoperable solution. So with continuous collaboration with external fora like and consortia like the Digital Credential Consortium maintained by MIT and other large-scale pilot projects like we build, we are creating a foundation that can be reused basically by any alliance, not only just for the purposes of ERUA. So what's next? Well, expand on what we have already built. The first low-hanging fruit is basically the European student card. We have the technical capability and willingness to issue that as a credential and enable our students to always carry this inside their wallet with them, but also expand on micro-credentials. We have the technical capacity and the readiness to support the issuing of micro-credentials inside the wallet. Of course, once our alliance decides on the needs and the requirements and how we will actually use the micro-credentials. So aligning essentially ERUA with the overall European digital identity regulation and putting us at the forefront of the developments of digital transformation in the higher education in Europe. So closing, I would like to thank all of the collaboration of ERUA work packages that really contributed to this, work package 8, of course, work package 2 and work package 6 that are really affected by our work here, and specific colleagues like Tanmay, Noberto, Todor, Antonella, Caterina, and many others that really contributed to this success. I would also like to express our gratitude as a team to the Vice Rectors Group for their continued support on this and for their decision to form an initiative as a dedicated focus group on tackling these problems as an interdisciplinary project, bringing together technology, law, and education. Essentially, what we're doing here in ERUA today is very important. We are shaping how alliances can operate in a trusted, connected, and European educational space. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Digging ideas out of ERUA is quite important, and one of the ways to do is to establish some procedures like ideathons and hackathons, and ways that you can move people in order to think more, justify, and think about how they can construct their ideas in order to be more supportive to the work that we're doing and produce new products that we can use. One of these was the ideathon that took place 1 year ago, where we had 2 winners, one from Spain and one from Italy. We would like to give these awards. Unfortunately, our Italian friends were not here, so we have to hand the award to their rector. But I would like to call Susan. Where are you, Susan? Oh, here you are. This was, I will not enter into the details. They will explain to us exactly their project, what it's about, which I think is very interesting and is very much related to our initiatives towards migration and other activities. Thank you. So I would like to Mr. Vera, to hand this award to your people. So I have to see which one. I've got my, it's here, this one.
Susan?
Yes.
Varetti, Maria,
please.
Anna. I'm so proud.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, please. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you. Okay, very briefly, because this afternoon in the round table, I think, is where we actually explain the project. So in this project, 60 volunteer students gave Spanish, English, and maths classes to young unaccompanied migrants who, if they're in the 16 to 18 age bracket, they don't have the chance to access school because they're already past the school obligatory school attendance stage, so it was really important for them to actually be able to learn to speak Spanish. And we also supported the younger ones who were in school because they were, thank you, because they were younger than 16, so they could go to school but not really access the school curriculum because they didn't have enough language skills. So these volunteer students, and this is a representation of them, I'd like to thank them because without them, the project would not have been possible. They coordinated, they produced language learning materials, they even found a way to deal with children who had never been to school, had no literary skills whatsoever, which was something that we had not really contemplated. Like teaching literacy through a foreign language was quite challenging. And of the classes that were held, so we had 2 lots of classes, one in the mornings, which was the 16 to 18s, which are the really vulnerable ones because at age 18 they can no longer be in the migrant center. And of 20 students who attended those classes on a regular basis, I think 8 managed to access professional training. And maybe they'll come back this year for more Spanish. And the others were challenging, but lovely, lovely kids who really wanted to learn. And the cultural, the intercultural exchange, the words that we could learn in the African languages of lesser diffusion. One of our projects is to try to train AI to have enough of these languages to be able at least to have a welcoming environment through automatic AI translation. And we're working on that now, as well as a repository for the language learning materials that we have produced for Spanish. So thank you to all of our wonderful students, and it wouldn't have been possible without them. I don't know if they want to say anything about what the experience meant to them. Do we have time, George? Okay.
Thank you for this wonderful project, because it was a really great experience to know other realities and narrative. Sorry.
Thank you for this grateful experience. I'm so glad for for Susana, my college, yes. So thank you for all that I learned. This is a grateful experience, and it's okay.
So I want to say again, thank you for this project, because I think we just try to make a little better life for that kid. So I hope we have achieved that. So thank you, Susan, for all of the job that you have done. So thank you.
And the second prize is to Filomena Zahira Muzzerino and Alessandra Danicolo from the University of Macerata. The rector is receiving the prize.
So thank you, Luis. The rector has already spoken a lot this morning, so I'll be very quick. I'm delighted that students from Macerata won this prize. Zahira, Alessandra, for a project on inclusion and innovation, creating Inclusion Innovation Lab, working with middle schools. It's a project that started and will continue, and we're very proud of it. And we're very proud of them, and it's another example of how the University of Macerata its involvement in everything ERUA puts its way is always very, very enthusiastic. So I have absolutely no part in how we won this prize. I don't deserve any praise whatsoever. The students did it all, and I'm very grateful to them, and I congratulate them, and I accept the prize on their behalf. Thank you.
I have really nothing prepared, but Kalispera, it has been a pleasure to give these wonderful awards in this wonderful island, Lesbos. We are excited. I just would like to remember that we're probably in the crib of the most innovative and collective project that has never been developed in this area, at least, which is the Mediterranean diet. And Plutarch said, we don't sit around the table to eat, but we sit around the table to eat together. And in ERUA, we meet, we sit around ERUA to think, to work, and to innovate together. And one of the questions of this ERUA Ideathon 2024 was, are you ready to make a difference in society through innovative thinking? And my answer is yes, definitely yes. And I hope that the next editions of the ERUA Ideathon 2025 and 2030 and 2040, we are going to bring new ideas, new projects to work and to innovate together, to transform, to reform society together. So congratulations to the winner, and it's a real pleasure. And we are, me as a doctor and the rest of the doctors and all of you, very proud of these prizes. Thank you very much.
Well, this activity and the winners, Susan, it's actually social entrepreneurship. So in parallel with this, let's say, ideathons, hackathons, all this effort to collect ideas, another parallel activity was the establishment of the Social Entrepreneurship Lab, which I have the feeling, I personally have spent quite a lot of time on that. And I would like Jean to say a few words about this development. We started from a course and we made a lab.
I love you guys. Let's try to be slay. Okay, you know, we come from the edges. We come from these beautiful red dots. There are some black dots as well, but we're coming from these beautiful dots. And these beautiful dots, well, we are in this box, you know, a little bit out of scale, but we are part of the same family. And this is very important because we want to create a future in our territories. A future that means that we are preparing you, and we want to prepare you for what is going to happen when we leave the university. And one thing is to be an entrepreneur. But to be an entrepreneur is not tasteless. You belong to specific territories with history, culture, dreams, and you are envisioning the future of these dreams. You are the change makers for a better future. And that's the reason that we thought that it was very important to be an entrepreneur, but understanding where we are, what we are, where we want to go in our edges. But we are not alone, because we are in a family, a community of love, you know, these blue dots. Therefore, we need to know what makes us different. And in order to create this program, we asked to more than 200 specialists what our society is expecting us to do. And through this questioning, we create more than, I don't know how many, but more than 90 students, they were involved in these different courses, basically to try to find a new future for our specific territories. But it's not only to create these courses. What we want to create is a lab that is going to produce eventually models for entrepreneurs that they are really crafted based on what we want to achieve to service not only our own territories, but also to help each other in an interdisciplinary world in where we are, in ERUA specifically, and help each other in like a big community and a big family. And if we are able to do so, and if we are able to create the first entrepreneurship companies or initiatives with this ERUA call, may I say, probably we will be beginning to create something new for our future generations. Hopefully, you will be part of this dream, and looking forward to see the fruits, the results of your efforts, because we absolutely trust in you. Thank you very much.
We have, I think there are at least 6 to 8 participants in this initiative inside the room. Could you please raise your hands? We have tried to communicate for this moment here. I don't know if finally you managed to come here, but there were at least. Is there anybody here today? Perfect. Students that have participated in the social entrepreneurship course, and they got their certificate out of this. You told me that you're coming here. Anyway, doesn't matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another activity, a series of activities that have been organized and will continue to be organized by the University of the Aegean as a part of the European Alliance, is the hackathon activities. Hackathon activities are also a follow-up of the previous ERUA 1 activities. So starting by that, what we're going to do is to award one of our students, Christopher Zanu, that has won the hackathon in ERUA 1. We try to connect also with ERUA 1 today. And Christopher, are you here? Yes. Yes, you are. And then to announce also, only, not to give awards, of the 4 winners of the hackathon that took place the last 2 months, 3 months since summer, actually. And we have the final results. There are some interesting things that we could say on that. Well, I would like, I don't remember all the names. Professor Plamen-Tonjov, could you please hand the word? And Georgi, if you would like to.
And the award go to congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I would like to warmly thank ERUA and their organizers of Hackathon for this wonderful experience. It was an opportunity to collaborate, create, and see in practice how innovation is born through the exchange of ideas. ERUA shows what we can achieve when university students and researchers join forces. As part of the hackathon, we developed an application for sustainable mobility in Saint-Denis, Paris, aiming to help people move around more easily and in an environmentally friendly way. ERUA truly shows what we can achieve when universities, students, and researchers join forces. Thank you very much.
By finishing this session, I just want to read the winners of the Hackathon 25. The interesting thing is that we had 3 challenges. Okay. This hackathon had some interesting things. We saw the speech of Mr. Kadis, who was from the region in the morning. I don't remember if you catch or if you understand what he said. This hackathon has been organized together with the Regional Fund of North Aegean and together also with the DigiGov, which is one of the structures of the European Union concerning the support of digital transformation. So we try to put a number of forces together in order to have better results. We had around 26 proposals. I will announce, or maybe you would like to read them, okay? So in challenge 1, which is actually skills development, we have the European Network of Artificial Intelligence in Education by Konstantinos Tsukas, who has developed quite an interesting classroom, AI classroom, for the support of teaching. In challenge, I will leave challenge 3 at the end. Challenge 2, that was collaboration with the region. We had another 2 applications that they were related to AI activities. And these 2 applications, they were, let me, 1 minute. It's Corpus AI by Dmitry Zur and Natalia Babrova from Poland. Which is another AI LLM-powered analysis on large text databases, very interesting project from what I saw after the evaluators gave the results. That has a number of applications and a number of activities on education. And also the AI Gent 4OD, difficult to say, but it is like that. Unlocking government open data, which is from the collaboration of the University of the Aegean. Now, another applause for that, please. And in challenge number 3 is for bridging together SDGs with the regions. We have, again, the winner, the common suspect, which is Susan. In order to keep the same distances from all the participants, I will not call you again here to talk about the project because we have to organize something separate with all the people present since the results have been were available last week. Okay, the last 2 weeks anyway. Now, closing this awards and ceremonies and announcements, and by closing a part of this summit, I would like our rector at the end to close the session and say a few words, if it's possible. And also, before, Mr. McCourt, if you would like to say a few words about what has happened until now, and what are the people that have actually contributed in order to reach this point now. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'd be very quick. I just want to thank everyone who has made all of this possible. We're in the middle of a wonderful few days. I want, however, to thank, in particular, someone who will be leaving the Alliance, but has played a key role in both designing the project and steering us through the first 2 years of ERUA 2. In Shakespeare's Macbeth, which I get to teach, he talks about the Thane of Cawdor. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. Bruna is not leaving her life, but she is leaving her life in ERUA. But she has been wonderful in carrying out her duties with great energy and determination right up to this summit and right up to the final report. And she deserves great gratitude and thanks on all of our behalf. So I'd ask you to give her a very warm round of applause. I think it's important to acknowledge the important work that's been done, even today as we look forward towards the future. So thank you again, Bruna, and I will now stop talking.
No, we enjoy you talking. Our rector, please.
I want to thank you very much, all of you, for being present here. And I think that we made another small step through this process today. I think we're learning to work, to function, let's say, as a networking society. You know, in this sense, there's no core. We don't need a core. We just need connections. And as more we develop these connections, I think there are certain possibilities emerging. And we don't know the limits of these possibilities. It's something we have to travel with and see what's going on and what is in the future. And this is the interesting thing about this alliance, and more or less in this experiment of alliances over Europe. And I hope that there will be new challenges, but also new results, justifying our trying. Thank you very much for being here again.
I would like to ask if the manifesto was signed or not, because the answer was not really clear, and that's why I'm actually here on Lesbos, so I would like to listen to your answer.
So the manifesto was read very carefully, and we are beginning to discuss it. It outlines a whole lot of commitments that are very demanding. Each of our universities is committed to the issue of sustainability and to the broad aims, as Edward said, of your manifesto. But if we're going to do something serious, and if we're going to take your recommendations seriously, we have to go through each of them one by one and try and take it on a step-by-step basis. So there's no legal basis for us to sign it here today, but there is an absolute commitment to begin to try and implement many of us are already implementing many of the things that are suggested in your manifesto. So what we put together was was more or less expressed by Edward, a commitment to do this, an acknowledgement of the really important input that you've given us, and a commitment to walk with this and to run with some of these ideas, as many of them as possible. So it'll begin a process. We will sit down with you. We will have a dialogue, a conversation, and we will work into the future. It would have been very easy to sign it and then do nothing. It's more serious to take it seriously, to try and see how we can implement it step by step with you. So that's my answer.
Thank you for clarification, and I take your words seriously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Myself. Okay, welcome to this roundtable about innovation and digitalization in higher education. And let me start with the word innovation. This morning, I decided to ask ChatGPT what innovation is. And it told me that it is any new or adapted practice, program, or operating model that measurably improves learning, equity, access, student success or efficiency, and can be sustained and scaled. I think it is a rather good definition about innovation. But what I was thinking that I wanted to say is that innovation, when we are talking about innovation, what comes in mind is technology. But innovation is not just technology, and we all know that. It includes pedagogy, policy, partnerships, and even finance. And then one asks, what is the role of technology in higher education innovation? My opinion is that technology is just an enabler. It's not the goal. It unlocks new pedagogies, pathways, operations that improve learning, improve equity, and improve efficiency. And within the technological advancements, we all know that digitalization and artificial intelligence are having or are demanding a prominent position. In particular, artificial intelligence is forcing real redesign, not just new tools. On the other hand, we have the various university alliances like ERUA, and alliances that for the time being are still a pilot. They are a pilot that try and hope to define and establish the very concept of universities alliances as a genuine innovation in higher education. Is university alliances an innovation? This has to be proven. And if this succeeds, I believe that the road opens for even wider alliances between universities and society. And having said that, and getting back to the ground, I invite you to reflect on three guiding questions. How can digitalization and artificial intelligence serve pedagogy rather than define it? How can alliances like ERUA make innovation truly inclusive and transformative? And how can we together sustain creativity and cooperation as Europe's universities navigate the edges of change? So, before starting, I would like to ask the guests that we have here to introduce themselves one by one.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Maria. I'm a PhD student of the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and I also work at the Vice-Rectorate for Research in my university. And now we are creating an office because we want to attract new research talent, international talent. So if you want, you can contact me and see what we can do.
Good afternoon, I am Silvana Colella, and in my daily life I teach English literature, but I'm also serving as a Vice Rector for Research at the University of Macerata.
Hello everybody, the most difficult session after lunch, the most difficult lecture and presentations and conferences, we know, but still I'm Aurelia Purete from Mykolas Romeris University. I teach different subjects on law. I'm a professor at the Academy of Public Security, at the same time being Vice Dean for Research and Project Activities. And coincidentally, I'm the Work Package 3 coordinator for research-based clusters.
Okay, and I am Stelios Xanthopoulos. I'm Vice Rector of Education and Administrative Affairs at the University of the Aegean.
Hello, everyone. I'm Haris Alexopoulos. I'm Assistant Professor at the Department of Information and Communication Systems Engineering at the University of the Aegean. And I teach mostly human-computer interaction and programming, also digital government. And I'm coordinating some projects on deliberation.
Hello, good afternoon to all. I'm Tanmay Banerjee. I work at University of Paris 8. I'm basically the Erasmus Without Paper coordinator attached to the International Relations Office. And I look into the ERUA Work Package 8, and we basically try and solve some problems related to digitalization, common framework, etc. Yeah.
Hello everyone, again, I'm Nikos Trentafilou. I'm a researcher here at the University of the Aegean, working on digital identity and specifically the European Digital Identity Framework. And we have been working very closely, collaborating with Tanmay in Work Package 8 in ERUA in building all together this shared infrastructure we call the ERUA ID.
Okay, thank you all. We have just 1 hour, in fact less than 1 hour, so we have to be rather brief in a discussion that can be very, very long, but this is the first step. So I would like to start with the PhD student, because students go first, and I would like to ask you, Maria Victoria, do you think that European university alliances are vital testing grounds for new educational models and cultures of collaboration? And if so, why? I mean, I would like to have your thoughts on this.
Thank you. Looking ahead to an uncertain future for us and for the world in general, developing innovative teaching and research methods that help us stay competitive and inclusive is crucial. It's also vital that universities recognize and support researchers at any stage of their careers, and I think that ERUA, thank you, and I think that ERUA is a good example of alliance that allows us to connect with other researchers and even get into some cluster. So I think it could be a good example of create synergies, is the word?
Yes, yes.
From the students' point of view, especially from PhD students, I think it's essential to make it easier to get contacts with academics, and for that reason, ERUA represents a wonderful opportunity for us to meet people, share experiences, and create collaborations for the future.
Okay, thank you very much. And in the same spirit, I would like to ask Professor Colella Silvana, how do you think that ERUA should define innovation in higher education, and how should this differ from simple technological reform? Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting questions in the light of the discussions we've had for the past 3 days. The first thing I would like to emphasize is that for alliances, innovation is mandated. It's something that our funders expect of us, and it's something on which we need to deliver in the best possible way. It is also something that we need to do as institutions, as alliances, because we cannot stand still in a changing world. Of course, for ERUA has a distinct socially oriented outlook, and a solid grounding in the social sciences and humanities. Therefore, of course, for us, innovation doesn't equate with technological fixes, market value and commercialization, and I don't mean to disparage these dimensions, which are very important. But for us, innovation needs to encompass a much broader sense of what it means to create something anew or to improve on what we already have. Therefore, we have an emphasis on social innovation, social inclusion, and also innovative learning environments and pathways, innovative ways of collaborating with societal actors, of doing outreach, bridging regional differences, imagining what we are like when we are together. Someone said, I can't remember the name now, I'm sorry, but someone said that innovation can be sometimes technologically smart and socially stupid. So we don't want to go that way, right? So we don't want the stupidity with respect to society. And I think within ERUA, we have all the expertise that we need to make sure that there is research on how technology impacts society and how citizens are affected by technological innovation. And so I think we are well placed to create within ERUA a very healthy landscape for innovation.
Okay, thank you, Silvana. Does anybody else want to add something on this? If not, I will go to the core subject, which is the digital transformation and the emerging technologies. And I would like to ask the following question. It is a question that everybody wonders about, is how can digital tools enhance teaching innovation, widen participation, and promote green and flexible mobility?
Should I go?
Yes, you should go.
Okay, thank you. Yes, to put it on the ground, I mean, the tools that we can use and the methodologies that we have now in our hands is like flipped classrooms. Do you know what flipped classrooms are? Okay. We have intelligent assistants. I'm coming from the AI forum the previous days from Athens, and we call them now, it's not the right use to say everything AI, of course, right? It's like IA. It's intelligent assistants that we use all the time. So we use the tutors that we can use in our classes that would be trained from our corpus of text and knowledge, so it can be helpful to students beforehand, and we make our classrooms more playful, let's say. So gamification, even technologies that and methods that can be used. The usual things that we are doing, like our contests, our hackathons, datathons, ideathons, that it's part of the ERUA community already. Meetups that we are doing mostly. All the communication tools that enable us to participate from different locations. Internships and secondments, these are basic stuff that we are doing in any case, but we need to continue doing them in order to establish connection with the market needs and, let's say, help growing the entrepreneurial minds of our students. But in terms of technologies, I will come back to all of these things later, but in terms of technologies, that is, AI is the most important part that we need to investigate at the moment, I think.
Yes, we need to investigate it. It seems to be a game changer, isn't it? I think that Dr. Triantafilou would like to add
yes, thank you.
A few comments on this.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Professor Alexopoulos just said, first of all. I also would like to add the angle of mobility. ERUA is a university alliance, and at our core, what we're trying to build is a seamless educational environment for all of our students in a physical but also in a digital context. So all of these technologies play a crucial role into building a shared learning experience. We want our students to engage, to interact, but not only physically, but also digitally, to reduce the carbon footprint of all our learning experiences. So in ERUA, we have engaged down this road, and we're trying to build the tools that are necessary to make the transferring of our students and their participation in the online ecosystem as seamless as possible and as streamlined as possible, and enable the transferring in a secure way of the learning achievements of our students and enabling them to prove them outside even of the premises of our alliances to external, let's say, recruiters and so on, helping them build a digital portfolio of expertise that will essentially, let's say, skyrocket their first steps into the business world.
Okay, thank you very much, and this gives me an opportunity to ask Tanmay Banerjee the following question. Tanmay, how might ERUA's virtual campus and digital innovation hubs, if we have something like this, advance collaborative teaching and STEAM-based learning across borders?
Yeah, thank you for this question. The way I look at the ERUA virtual campus or digitalization beyond the platforms, for example, a Moodle, which enables students to learn from a distance, basically, falling from one university, having a course in Paris, but actually being physically at, let's say, Las Palmas. Or a research portal which enables research collaboration. Beyond the tools themselves, the way I look at this problem is basically universities themselves are identity providers to their user communities. So teachers affiliated to the universities can teach, students can learn, they can get diplomas, degrees, and yeah, researchers can publish being related to that university. Within ERUA, we are trying to basically extend this trust framework beyond the university itself and onto the 8 universities. So we have built something with the help of Nikos, an ERUA ID, that enables one university to trust the individual from the other university. And then when they're using collaborative tools, we can have, like, beyond the campus of Paris or beyond the campus of MRU or Las Palmas, we have an ERUA virtual campus where people can collaborate. We know who they are. I'll give a small example here. Let's take the summit. When we enrolled for the summit, we basically filled up a form. In that form, gathered by UAGN, they recognize that, okay, Tanmay is traveling, Nikos is traveling, so are so many, hundreds of people. But I don't know if you try to explore, you can say that you might be Radek or you might be, anyone else here. I'm not sure if you have tried. We could all pretend to be someone else. Thankfully, we are quite honest, and we also, maybe we are proud of ourselves, so we like to say that we are who we are. But in the digital world, we can have different ways to lie about it. So what the ERUA ID does is that it basically fetches some information from your identity provider. If you're from MRU, it knows that you are from MRU. It's provided by your identity provider. And then the ERUA ID basically provides the trust and verification. So it issues the fact that it shows your affiliation to your university and then extends that trust onto the other universities. So that's the basic framework we are working on. And then that core technology can then be extended onto anything else, like very flagship initiatives that we have, such as micro-credentials, such as the European Student Card initiatives. And we need to take this question seriously, because when we do actually implement joint masters and joint degrees, we need to know who we are. We need to know who are we issuing those degrees and those credentials and accreditation to, actually. So the core technology basically finds ways to solve this problem in a seamless way. And for the next summit, hopefully, if we can use the ERUA ID to see that we are traveling to the summit, it will solve not only the problem of proving at the entrance when you come and you sign on the paper that, okay, I have arrived for this session, I have arrived for the afternoon session, and the following day, and the day after. With the ERUA ID, you can scan the QR code and you can show that you're actually physically present for the next summit. And the people will not have to count and print out so many papers. And so, this is what we're aiming for for the next, basically next year and years ahead. I don't know if it answers to the question, but this is how I look into this. Yeah. As a virtual campus, yeah, that's how we are interconnected, a campus where we all know who you are, we have seamless access to services.
If I may add, yeah, Tanmay just touched on two very important aspects of what makes a university alliance: trust and user centricity. So we are a European University Alliance. This means that we're built on the guiding principles of Europe. So protection of the citizens, of privacy, authenticity, and so on. So what we have been trying from the start to do as an infrastructure for ERUA is based on these two guiding principles, trust and user centricity.
Thank you, Nikos. Trust is something very important in this big experiment. And, well, a last question that I would like to ask in this thematic would be, I will ask Silvana and Aurelia. How can ERUA ensure that digitalization and artificial intelligence remain human-centered, they remain ethical and pedagogically meaningful?
Well, yes, this is not a simple question, and it brings us back more to SSH area that we are in ERUA. And as it has several aspects, I will also break my answer here. So first, when we speak about innovations and digital tools, as a professor, I always imagine that we speak about platforms, digital tools, some innovations in lectures, but in fact, we must place human agency at the core of each digitalization tool, meaning that students and teachers should remain the authors of meaning and of knowledge that they create. And this, of course, requires transparency, and not only understanding how data should be gathered or used or storaged, but also requires to understand where our responsibility lies. And here we have another aspect, the second aspect of this question: how can ERUA could have impact here? We talk, of course, about ethics, and ethics must be embedded and not added later in the processes of digitalization. And ERUA could become a model of how ethical governance of digital tools and technologies could be made by creating common ethical frameworks. We discussed it today. Integrating digital ethics into curriculums. I have already heard this also today from one of the rectors. Ethics here is not only about data protection, of course. It's about cultivating critical thinking, empathy, and responsibility. And also, here I would like to mention the strength that ERUA has, its diversity. Because by connecting universities with different linguistics, cultures, historical perspectives, institutional backgrounds, legal norms, procedures, ERUA can test digital tools in various social realities and environments. And it's a huge advantage of what we can do in ERUA. And this diversity is what is keeping digitalization grounded, reminding us that education cannot be neutral, because these are people. So when we speak about people, people always are not neutral. And this multi-inclusion and multiculturalism is our, and supposed to be understood as our identity and not as an option that we can choose. And last thought that I have about this is raised from our discussions during all the week. We had discussion on a slow research. And it's the same about slow learning concept, because we need to preserve, if I may call it, human style of learning. Because decades ago, we had to go to library to pick the book, to write by hand, to memorize things. And it was, you know, also I can call it some kind of intellectual intimacy. You know, we could choose our style of learning. And now digitalization and AI tools provide us very quick replies, quick responses, quick answers, and quick production of knowledge. And from the one hand, of course, the world goes to that direction, and we will never get back again. But we need to have our own time in our own mode to reflect information, to argue information, to discuss, to ask questions. And maybe we are here in Lesbo Island with this approach of siga, this reflection of, slow education and slow research came up to my mind. Because, ultimately, what makes university not only the institution with the, people that one group of people transfer knowledge and another group of people receive knowledge, but what makes the university part of culture, a living body, like it was also said today, living lab. And this living body evolved for almost 1,000 years now, is already evolving. So human curiosity has always been the distinctive feature of a human being. And today I have written many keywords listening to the rector's presentation, like curiosity, imagination, human-centered, diverse, shared values, creation. So it's all about human beings, and it's all about this curiosity and university's ability to remain one of its most remarkable ways of expression. So that's what I should say.
Okay.
Of course, I agree entirely. But since I have this platform, I'd like to say something more operational about ERUA and AI, and artificial intelligence, and the implementation of artificial intelligence system, because we all know that this is already happening. Students are already using academics as well. It's the AI revolution, and I think ignoring what is happening, it's not a good change management strategy. So what I think is ERUA, as an alliance, as a network, we should think about AI in three ways. First of all, let's see the opportunities. Let's be optimistic, a good dose of optimism, because we've already seen how AI systems are forcing us to rethink outdated modes of doing things, assessment being one of them. So let's consider what's there, the opportunities. Secondly, let's wear our critical thinking hats, because especially in terms of AI system for learning, for pedagogy specifically, there are studies coming out right now that warn against the cognitive cost, the diminution of cognitive agency in students when AI systems are introduced way too early in the process of learning. So there is a pace that is important it's important for universities, and I think also for ERUA, to decide how to go about integrating AI system. And finally, I think we need to be practical, and I do support the idea that ERUA should have an AI policy, a framework that will guide us, a high-level framework that will guide us with principles, will tell us, what are the guidelines for students. And then maybe each university might, refine the framework, do something more specific according to their vocation as a university, but it's something that needs to be discussed, not the day after tomorrow, but like yesterday. So that would be my take.
Yes, of course you may.
And we discuss about that. We have research clusters that work especially on that topic, and we had many panels in our Socin conference in Macerata exactly on that topic. So it means that our community is already reflecting. So maybe just further steps need to be done.
Yes, everybody is reflecting on this, I'm sure about it. And well, during this discussion, it came to my mind when I was much younger, and we had the first calculators. And we were having physics exams or mathematics exams, and they were saying, you are not allowed to use a calculator. And even before that, I can imagine various scientists that had the logarithmic tables or whatever. I'm a mathematician, but never mind. There were tables that allowed you to find the solutions of certain equations, etc. And one would think that how many more things I could do if I had a tool that would do so and so. I believe that nowadays we're in the same position. we were thinking it would be nice to have something that automates many things, and we have it. It is artificial intelligence. But the problem is that there's much more than one could imagine that could happen. I mean, when you use the various generative artificial intelligence, chatbots, etc., they speak to you like you, but it's not you. And if you know what exactly this is, it is a little strange that something that puts words one after the other just because they occur frequently in corpuses, in text corpuses, it's not really thinking. But at the other time, it seems very convincing, and it performs well. So what I believe is that there is a tool, there is an excellent tool. It organizes things, it writes nice summaries, it puts nice headlines, etc. But the challenge here is that it puts the level much higher. The student will use these tools, but the student is asked to think even deeper now. The student is asked, and the teacher has to learn how to use it in order to provoke this deeper thinking of the student. I don't know if I've made myself very clear, but I'm thinking about this example, of the calculator, where one of your jobs was to do the calculation. Now you don't have to do this calculation, but you have to know what the calculation does, and you have to know how to use the calculation. I think there is some parallelism. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I can see it now from the perspective of a programmer. The same example will be. Nowadays, ChatGPT can, not only ChatGPT, all the LLM models, can produce code in a blink of an eye. So I'm teaching my programmers in the first year to use it with conscience, this tool that will enhance their productivity. It will produce more speed. I don't know if we can absorb this speed. In any case, we will come back to that later on. It's a psychological issue. But for them, the only thing I say is that you need to understand first, then use the tool. If you understand, you are allowed to use the tool. And I believe, I don't know if they will do, but if I can frame this discussion somehow, if I may, actually. So what is innovation learning or innovative education? Every year, every era, every period, it means the same thing. It means collaboration and synergies with the technological tools we have at that time. So in our time, in our era, is AI, mostly, not only. But what means, back then it was Google search that changed things, or social media that changed things again. Now we have AI in front of us. We need to learn how to use it and what is allowed for us in our classes. But of course, we want not to forget that AI prerequisites human in the loop. You cannot leave it on its own. Yeah, for the moment. The last thing is that we need to, the third point is the curiosity that we need to put in front as a final.
Okay, Harris, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that following also Silvana's mention about the policy is something that ERUA has to do very soon. Most universities in the world do not have guidelines, or they do not have a full policy. Many have set up a few guidelines, which is okay for the time being, but a policy that doesn't have to do only with education, but how the administration uses AI is also, exactly, everybody. So this is something that we should do it. Yes, okay.
I want to say that I agree with all of you, and I think we have to learn to interact with these new tools. I think that innovation it's beyond using new tools, but now we are in a cultural change about the way of we learn, and we have. I think that we have to rethink how we teach. How we teach, we learn, and how we interact with knowledge too, because now we have click and all the information. Now we have to analyze all this information and be more critical about all this information that we search on the internet.
Okay, thank you. Let me get this a little broader. We know that technology and artificial intelligence are changing higher education. We're seeing it all around, especially after the COVID era. And this happens all around Europe, all around the world. And the question is, where is this going? Are we going to be part of the design of the next role of the university? I think that universities nowadays are searching for a new role in modern society. So I would like to ask you and think about this question: how can alliances like ERUA influence European higher education policy through experimentation and good practice sharing? Yes, Silvana.
Like this question.
That's why I left it for the end.
No, it's something I feel strongly
Although
about.
I have one more question.
No, it's fine, it's fine. I'll be brief, and I think everybody will contribute to this issue. But from my standpoint, I feel very passionate about the idea that academics should get involved in science policy, and that an alliance like ERUA should have a clearer plan about how to influence or how to do advocacy at the European level, at the national level, at the local level. We've been discussing this within the steering committee. We're all aware that we need to push more. Gabi Lombardo's presentation today gave us the perfect background with respect to which we need to define the strategy now, the impact that the ERUA might have in a year's time during the negotiation phase. So this would be my one takeaway message: advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Does anybody else want to add something to this question? Yes.
I would like to answer this question from a digitization perspective. I think that ERUA is in a very prominent position of being one of the most digitally advanced, let's say, university alliances. And all university alliances today face similar challenges. So we should really engage in a discussion of how we can build the tools necessary across the EU, across alliances, to solve our common problems in a way that is interoperable with each other and seamless. We don't want to build solutions only for our alliance, to serve only our needs, but we want to engage in a broader discussion and allow our students to freely move across institutions and domains and to make them truly mobile in this new digital area.
Coming from innovation thinking now and having heard the results of the hackathon and ideathons in the previous sessions, etc., I think we need to keep going, because ERUA can be seen as a test bed, the testing ground of this kind of new technologies to be tested and validated and put into action if we want it. So we need to keep asking ourselves what would be the next innovative service we need to produce the next innovative thing we need to develop and test. So I believe this is the perfect ground among 8 universities that these services can be tested. And the ideas actually would come from you, the students, most probably. So.
Aurelia, would you like to say something on this?
Yes, not only from students, but from the whole community, from the researchers as well, because we have
I said mostly, yeah.
Such a huge group of brilliant researchers working on these questions. I'm sure that we can have a consolidated task force for developing any kind of policies that we need.
Okay. Let me ask a last question, and then I will. We may receive some questions from the audience for one or two or three. Okay, looking ahead, what collective step do you think that ERUA should take next to deepen innovation?
I think it hasn't been addressed, so sorry if I change slightly the topic, but I consider it part of innovative education. So in one of the workshops we had the very first day of the summit, we were discussing the approaches that teachers have in class. So we were speaking about students as partners in developing courses and innovative approaches, and how you think we could approach it in a more efficient and general way through maybe some kind of regulation project to ensure that students become partners in this innovative education approach.
We need someone from WP2.
Yes.
No. No, I don't have a specific answer, apart from I have a generic answer. Maybe they have an answer.
Okay. I have an answer to that. First of all, you need to find an innovative tutor. So he likes to experiment on these methods. Second of all, it's the participatory methodologies we use. Nowadays, in any project we use all these participatory methodologies. It's the same thing. If you see this as a goal of putting you in the loop, the student in the loop, like human in the loop, like customer in the loop, like whatever participatory framework we are using, you can follow that framework, this participatory framework, and then you have your answer. You have test, and finalize your method after your learning method, innovative learning method. So that's my 2 cents for answering this.
Silvana, would you like to give your generic answer?
No, I think I'm well aware of students' proposals about students as partner. I just read the articles on students as partner in research, which was on your magazines, which I appreciated very much. So, and I think ERUA is open to experimenting new formats in which students take the driving seat, but it's still a learning environment, so it's a question of mutual recognition. So maybe the students will be in the driving seat for a while, but academics and teachers need to do their job of teaching as well. There is an academic innovation manual that ERUA has produced. It's a deliverable. It's full of interesting ideas about active methodologies that are already being employed within the universities in ERUA, and to organize the collaborative teaching offers. Read that manual, because you will find that there are already within the Alliance many initiatives that we could scale, that we could transform, we could have experiments, pilots. I mean, we're certainly open to experiment with students as partner. I am, but you know.
Okay, let me add something to this. Apart from what Silvana and Harry said, this very meeting, what we do right now, is part of this wind of change. The very fact that we are discussing it does not mean that things will change, because changes require change of mentalities, and mentalities are one of the most difficult things to change. And I'm not talking mentalities of students only, I'm talking mentalities of professors, teachers, collaborators, etc. And I think that, and this doesn't have necessarily to do with age. There are old minds and young minds that live in different bodies. I mean, young minds may live in old bodies and vice versa. And also, don't forget that the new teachers come from old teachers, and very usually they carry with them an older mentality. It is not very easy to change it. So I say that it is very optimistic that there is this plan that Silvana said, that all these discussions take place, that efforts are being made, discussions are being made within the universities, and I believe with questions like yours, people get aware, start discussing more, and start making steps, small or bigger steps, that change things towards the right direction. I hope this covers your question. Thank you. Okay, any other question? Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. It's working? It's working. Okay. Again, Las Palmas, sorry for the push. Yeah, we want to be innovative. We want to create a real change in education and provide some innovation in digitalization as well. All our universities are different, but we are in the same alliance. We are trying and struggle to think how we can work and evolution together and go together in this beautiful pathway of the Oz world. And what do you think, if I may ask, could be a real innovative, transformative education approach in digitalization on the edges? Sorry, because I'm quite obsessed with this. But I want to find the salty taste in what we do, not to have homogeneous, because all the universities have maybe 80–90% of homogeneous parts. But we need this 10% or 15% that make us unique. Is there something that we can make unique in our places, beyond the territories, in innovation, in education, in digitalization, could be a real cutting edge for the future, and we can show something different to Europe that is coming from us? I believe so, but if you have any idea, it would be great. I have it, but...
Go ahead. Yeah. Please, share.
Well, I suppose not to be the one that is...
Yeah, of course.
Just a moment. You understand that you're starting a discussion that will take at least 1 hour, and this cannot happen right now. Okay. If somebody wants to say something in 15 seconds, but
15
not
seconds,
anymore.
15 seconds. First of all, I think, yes, we can do something, and it will be successful if we follow some steps that are trivial, I would say. First is the problem definition, and how the mutual problem definition, so something that all these edges share as a problem. So first of all is this, and then trying to put all these new ideas into, and test all these new ideas through all these mechanisms that are already established in ERUA, and then try to validate them. This is the process, actually. So I don't have a specific example in my head right now. Let's say it would be water resources, I don't know, whatever. But this is the process. So, yeah.
Okay, you see what you did? I totally disagree. I don't think that we need to go step by step. There is no specific plan. I think there should be a continuous brainstorming for some time, and then things will start appearing. But let's not discuss it. I had 7 seconds, and I think we should stop here. Let's take from this round table that innovation is mainly about people, not the tools. And that innovation asks us to broaden the boundaries of our work. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
What do you have in mind? Now you can tell us. I'm sorry, my bag is... Thank you.
It was very nice. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon panel, and I'm very happy to see still so many people here, even though I know that the weather is fantastic today. But we have a very important topic to discuss, and I'm really glad that we can talk about democracy and local communities here in Greece. Because as we know, democracy in Greece, well, this is where it all began. I can imagine how 2 millennia ago, people here on this island and somewhere in Greece were gathering in the ecclesia, and they were discussing, they were debating, and they wanted to find joint decision and joint solution. And to be honest, looking at what we do in the ERUA Alliance, this is exactly what we do. We get together from different parts of the world, from different universities, we discuss, we agree, sometimes we disagree, and then we discuss even more. And it takes sometimes weeks, sometimes months to agree on certain issues. I know many people here would experience this. But what matters, what really matters is that in the ERUA Alliance, we want to achieve a joint decision, no matter how long it takes, and we keep this dialogue open. And that's the spirit of democracy. And today we are talking about democracy. We've got really excellent panel members, so I would like to introduce them. We've got representatives from the United Nations Agency for Refugees. Could you please tell us about your role and job?
Of course. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Danilo Valdivieso. I'm from Ecuador, but I've been working here for almost 4 years. I'm currently acting as head of office of the UNHCR office. Thank you for the invitation. Really excited to be here. Let me introduce my colleague as well.
Thank you, Danilo. Hello, I'm Tulina Demeli. I'm from Greece. I'm a human rights lawyer like Danilo. I've been working for UNHCR for the past 15 years here in Lesbos. Thank you so much for this invitation.
Oops. Thank you for finding time. We know that you are very busy on the island, so thanks a lot. We also have experts. We've got professors from New Bulgarian University. Could you tell us about your research expertise?
Oh, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iudika Tova, and I'm teaching political science at the New Bulgarian University, serving as a head of the department, and as well working as a researcher at the Center for Migration Studies, CERMES. And this is the first and till today the only research center on migration studies in Bulgaria.
Hello, everyone. My name is George. I'm also from New Bulgarian University. I teach English and American literature and culture, but in my defense, I happen to be the work package 5 coordinator at New Bulgarian University. So this is the work package on social change.
I wouldn't say defense, because this is what I love about ERUA, the interdisciplinarity. So I hope that very soon I will find interesting things about migration from language experts. So that's how we share our knowledge. We also have an expert from University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Susan, could you please tell us about your projects and your expertise?
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Susan. I work at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria in the Faculty of Translation and Interpreting. I've been working for many years in project-based and service learning, and that is my passion that I like to focus on, and hopefully I can tell you a little bit about what we've been doing during this roundtable this afternoon. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. And as you know, students are at the center of the ERUA Alliance, so we also have student representatives from 2 universities. Could you tell us a bit about yourself, girls?
Yes, of course. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Julia. I'm a PhD student in political science, studying mostly social movements and politics of memory in Brazil. And I'm also a student representative on ERUA's student board, and I'm really glad to be part of this roundtable. Thank you, the chair, and all my colleagues.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eike. Please feel free to call me by my first name.
I am currently a student ambassador and also a chair of the student local board at the European University of Viadrina. I have been a part of the local board for almost a year now, and this is my very first ERUA mobility, and I'm very, very excited to be here and to see so many motivated and engaged people at every position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see that we have excellent panels, so I'm sure we're going to have a very interesting discussion. And I have some questions that I'm particularly interested in, but there also will be an opportunity for you to ask questions at the end. We planned this session with 3 rounds of questions. First, we're going to talk about migration and democracy. The second round is about polarization and disinformation. And the third one will be about the main challenges, and we will ask each panel member to just express what they consider as the big challenge ahead. So we'll start with migration, and I will start with maybe something that leads back to my hopes about politics, about democracy. In 1998, I went on a peacekeeping mission to Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I witnessed the devastation of war after the Balkan crisis and the millions of refugees who lost homes at the time. And at the time, being a young person, I maybe naively believed that the European Union will keep us safe, will provide peace and security. And indeed, maybe for a couple of years, we could enjoy peace and security in Europe, but as we all know, at the moment, we are witnessing crisis, military conflicts on our continent. And unfortunately, sometimes we see that the European Union is not united. And there is a question to what extent we will be united on the front of migration, or we will be facing more Brexit-like scenarios in the future. And that's what I would like to talk about. And as a ERUA alliance, we are an academic alliance, so obviously it's very difficult for us to change politics on the national level or on the European level. It's also very difficult to change law, but there is something that we can change, and I really believe in that, being a teacher for the last 20 years, that we can change the narrative, we can change people's mindset. So I want to start with this question about how should we teach about migration? What kind of language should we use when we talk about migration? And that is why I will start my first question and address it to our expert in language, because words are powerful. And there is a difference if you talk about a refugee or a migrant or an asylum seeker. So the question is, how can we change and shape the narrative in the political discourse so it is more open, tolerant, and basically help us?
Well, thank you for the question. Yeah, so it's very benevolent to ask a linguist to talk about language. Yeah, definitely language is important. Yeah, it is not only important for communication, so we can understand each other, but it definitely is important because it helps us structure our knowledge. Yeah, and this is not only the deep theoretical knowledge that we have, but also knowledge in very practical terms, knowledge that we use in order to make choices, to make decisions, to take action as well. Yeah, so from that point of view, language is very important. Yeah, I can only give an example from Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, the Bulgarian word for migrant has acquired a lot of negative connotations over the last years. It's already several years. So there is no difference, actually, when you say migrant in Bulgaria now, most people automatically understand illegal immigrant, who is a burden to society and so on. So this is extremely dangerous. We've seen only a couple of months ago, there were massive protests in Sofia when the National Agency for Migration decided to change just a couple of immigrants from one home to another kind of facility, which was closer to the center. Actually, where they used to be was in the margins of the city of Sofia, at the edge, yeah, of the city of Sofia, and they tried to move them closer to the center. So, of course, thanks to disinformation and specific campaigns in social media, a lot of people kind of decided to protest against that without really understanding what was going on. And it was the question just of a few migrants. But, you know, in their imagination, they imagined the terrible threat, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think this is something that we should learn from, but there is also a question what we can do as educators, as universities, and in the ERUA over the last year or so, there have been projects going on. Professor Ildiko Tova is one of the experts on the great innovative program that maybe is a solution to the migration problem.
Yeah, sure. Just to add something before addressing the question. In the case Georgi mentioned, those are, the legal term is unaccompanied minors, but the word is children. So not only refugees, migrants, but children, and it makes a difference. But before addressing your question on the program itself, I would say a few words about the people behind the program, and those are words of gratitude. Because actually, when I attended the first meeting last October in Warsaw, and I will be honest, I didn't really have great expectations about this program. But then actually after just a half of day or a day of work, I became really convinced that this program would become a reality. And the reason for this are the amazing people I'm working with, and they're not only inspiring team of professionals, but more importantly, they're inspiring, extraordinary group of individuals. And coming to your question about the program and the narrative on migration we would like to introduce with this program, this is exactly the narrative about the migrant themselves. I would say refugees themselves, because we need to use the correct term, especially when we have colleagues from UNHCR here, because I know how how sensitive they are about the difference between migrants and the refugees. So we really believe in this program that the understanding and addressing the life experience of refugees is really essential for creating, for drafting effective and compassionate responses, policies. And our approach is really, really people-centered. We would like to put refugees in the center when teaching about them, and having in mind their dignity, because humans' dignity it's really important when teaching migration, shared values and shared responsibilities. And this is why we are focusing both on sending and receiving societies and countries, and we are as well building partnerships outside the ERUA alliance. Because we do believe that we need to work with universities from the sending countries. We do believe that we need to make the program as open as possible and affordable, let's be honest, for the people coming from those regions. Because we would like to have migrants as our students. So it's not only about teaching about migrant paths, but creating paths towards sustainable, professional, and personal futures of our prospective students.
Thank you so much. Knowing a little bit behind the scenes what's happening about this program, I'm really impressed, and I think this is definitely the program that the Europe needs. Fingers crossed to the whole team, because we are hoping to get the grant next year, and I think We definitely need this kind of specialist. But moving to the topic of this terminology, a refugee, a migrant, I mean, this is a very, very sensitive topic. And again, I can tell from my own experience, because I've been a migrant, I guess, for 17 years living in the UK. However, when I came to the UK just as a student, I was called a foreigner. And then suddenly, when more and more people were coming to the UK, I became part of the migration wave. I didn't do anything, I didn't change. I was still the same person, but the narrative changed a lot, and I think it could be very harmful. So what language should we use? How should we distinguish who is who to be correct?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's really important for all of us to be aware of the terminology, as we already discussed. Let me share this story. This is a personal story. I come from Ecuador, as I mentioned. After the 1999 crisis in Ecuador, the official currency in my country is the USA dollar. So, but also at the same time, we start receiving a lot of refugees from Colombia. 500,000 people arrived to my country. And I was a law student at that time. And many people at the university was repeating that they are coming here because they are attracted by the dollar, by the USA dollar. And I was repeating that rhetoric. I didn't know the difference of why people come, and that is really important to make the difference. If people are coming voluntarily because they come to work, if people are coming because they have family or they have other aspirations, that's a migrant. And they have a different international protection. While refugees, they are not coming because they want to, because they are attracted by the currency, because they want to work. Refugees are coming because they want to save their lives, the families' lives. So it's really important because the international community has agreed through international laws how to protect and what will be the standards, international standards to protect refugees and asylum seekers. When we refer to refugees as migrants, we are harming them because we are not acknowledging the specific needs that refugees have and also the specific responsibilities that the states or that the communities have towards refugees. So really important, as you already acknowledged, for us to make the distinction between refugees and migrants. Often, and this is a dangerous rhetoric, I will say, there is a trend to mention forced migration as an umbrella term to refer to refugees, migrants, asylum seekers. We strongly recommend to make a distinction between refugees and migrants. They are not forced migrants. They are refugees or they are asylum seekers. So thank you for asking the question. I will start talking about it a lot, so I'm just going to stop there.
So maybe I will ask your colleague about maybe not terminology, but you've been working with the local community here on the island. And very often when we talk about migration, we obviously focus on migrants, refugees. But I want to ask about a different aspect. I want to ask also about the local community, because sometimes we forget that the local community that is hosting, receiving people is also struggling on different levels. So I'm just wondering what works in the field, what kind of narratives, what kind of discussions are effective when you talk to local community, local people, so they really understand what these people are going through and how to build bridges between these communities.
Yes, thank you. This is a very interesting question. When we received 500,000 people in Lesbos, it was really tough for the local community, which was going under financial crisis as well. So there were reactions, but we also saw impressive acts of solidarity that we could not have expected. People meeting refugees on the streets, giving them food, water, offering their houses. It was really impressive. So, of course, there were different perceptions. There was also the anti-refugee rhetorics, like people saying that they're damaging the touristic businesses or the local communities near the camps. And there was also some basis to these arguments. Some were also driven from a far-right agenda, but the solidarity expressed was really impressive. And what was really important was for the people to get to know the actual refugees, the actual persons, not only referring to numbers or problems or challenges, but see that it's a normal person with a life, with a personality, with a family perhaps, with their companions that are struggling for their lives. As Danilo said, it's a one-way road. It's not their decision, and whether we like it or not, they will have to flee their countries to reach safety. So when people saw that, and when the people realized that they're just trying to rescue themselves and their families, I think it can soften every normal person. So it was a quite straightforward approach. Just reach out to them, meet them. It's not their masters or causing trouble to you, to the society. They have many things to contribute as well.
Thank you very much. In Poland, we also, as you know, after the start of the war in Ukraine, we had many people migrating from Ukraine to Poland. And I don't know if you've heard the news and headlines, Polish people really opened the doors of our houses. We didn't have a single refugee camp in Poland. It was amazing. Our university was helping, our students were helping. And the problem was that now, a couple of years after the start of the war, again, then we can see that the narrative is changing. And I'm just thinking if there is a lack of policy action because people are less optimistic, less friendly, less supportive. And if you look at the opinion polls, then it's not at the same level as it was 3 years ago. So I'm always concerned about this change, and I'm wondering to what extent it is about media, it is about, yes, who is changing that narrative. But anyway, let's go back to the important question, because action, change is important, and Professor Susan Cranfield is a person who is not only researching, but also is a person who is doing things and changing things in projects. She's a winning specialist in Ideathlon organized by ERUA. So, Susan, could you tell us a little bit more about it and share best practices? Maybe we can all learn from it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I explained a little bit about the project before. So the child migrants, refugees, who come to us from Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, they have been on one of the worst migrant routes that exists, which is the Atlantic route. If you look at the map, if you open Google Maps and look at where Senegal is, where many of the boats set out from, and see where the Canary Islands are, you will see that if you actually miss El Hierro, which is the most westerly point in Europe, if you don't hit that on your journey, then the next place that you will come to is America. And of course, these boats are not in any condition to even barely reach the Canary Islands. So it's a journey not of a day. It's like minimum a week, some 2 weeks. People have even survived 3 weeks, but beyond that, not much. Many of the people who arrive have also experienced trauma and death in the boat that they arrive on. And many of these children, I think we have now in the Canary Islands about 5,500 unaccompanied minors who are children who need care and also need some kind of education. Many of them have not been to school before. Some of them have. So our project brought together volunteer students to give some classes in what we consider to be like the basic skills, which is Spanish language, maths, and English language. In fact, the maths and the English language didn't go that far. We were centered much more on Spanish language. We had a local town council as one of our partners, who are in contact with a lot of the child centers. and also the public library lent us a space for classes, and our university lent us a space for classes in the afternoons. We had somewhere around 60 student volunteers who came. Each volunteer came on a different day and worked in pairs or threes to give the classes to the children. And we also had about 70 children attending as well across the sessions. And the experience for the volunteers of understanding this human contact of children who have been put into a boat and sent on a journey, a perilous journey, is very powerful. And also the way that the students came together to produce materials for children who had no literacy skills whatsoever, as well as some who could write and read maybe in French. Most of them, not very many, have literacy skills in the sub-Saharan languages of lesser diffusion. These are mostly languages that they speak but don't read or write. So some of them had French, and we have students that speak French, so that is really helpful. We also have many students who speak Arabic, which is also helpful because some do come from Maghreb. And yeah, it's about human contact and being able to set children up for a possible future in Europe with access to training, especially like professional training at age 18, because at age 18 they have to leave the center because they're no longer children. They're not children, so they can't stay in a child reception center. They have to go somewhere else. And obviously, if they have not just arrived, they would not go into an adult reception center either. So it's quite perilous for them. So yeah, basically that is the project.
Well done. I think we can all congratulate for the job and for the prize.
Yeah, I have to say that here we are congratulating the students, like more than, I mean, I'm the person sitting here, but the students were the people who really carried this out and took it forward. And if you were here before, you saw Anna, her reaction. We are all emotional about this project. Any mother that puts their child in a boat like that is taking a huge step, and they're really desperate.
And we thank you for that, Susan. I think it's really wonderful that in our ERUA Alliance we have a real example where we see that the mission of a university is not just teaching, educating, it is also helping the community, and that's very important for us. And moving to our students, I want to ask you, because we are really hopeful that this new joint master in forced migration will be an effective way to change something in Europe. But the question is, how do you consider the teaching methodology? I mean, you are sitting in lectures at different universities. Do you think that when we teach migration or democracy, should we adjust, should we change the teaching pedagogy? What would be your advice on that?
Thank you for the question. I think, yes, absolutely, we have many examples on it. I think it's always nice, either in migration or any other area, to leave the classroom and actually leave a little bit of theoretical framework and see the action. Unite those two aspects in education, because as it was said before, it's the way to, I mean, we are teaching the citizens of the future, so it's really important to build some sort of empathy, and I think that might be a way to do so. As my colleagues say, it's really easy to follow certain rhetorics and be kind of away from certain social issues. But yeah, I think it's really important in the matter of building empathy, but also, as you say, it helps bridging the gap between universities and their local communities. I think sometimes that's something that is not very evident on how to do so. And hopefully that will help, to that will result in some sort of social change. That's all we can aim for. But I would like to leave my colleague to talk a little bit more about it, because I think she's the one who had the experience.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I would like to bring up the field trip we had during the winter school on Tuesday with other winter school students. And I would like to say that I and other students are very grateful to the organizers for organizing this specific field trip. It was very insightful, especially for students like me who do not study migration or social sciences or humanities. It was very emotional to see the first-hand pictures that were provided to us by a very inspirational speaker that was leading the whole field trip. We saw many, many pictures. We saw the camps in real life. It was very impactful for me personally, and I'm sure for many of my student colleagues. And that's what fosters, that's what creates empathy in students, because it's a very big privilege to be able to not think about this. And field trips like this, they provide the opportunity for us to actually face this. Also, I would like to mention that our speaker at the field trip told us about the picture of 3 grandmas from Lesbos holding a baby, one of the babies of the refugees. And I Googled it right after, and they were also nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And if not for this trip, I and many students wouldn't have never known about this picture, maybe. Yes, of course, we know about Lesbos as a first point for many refugees from 2015, but small instances like this, which are actually big in real life, is what makes the difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we would like to take this opportunity to actually thank organizers for organizing this field trip, but also the organization that allowed us to visit this camp. So thank you. Your colleague was amazing. And, so I think many people were impressed with this trip, and to be honest, everybody probably should go on such a trip. Thank you. This is the end of round 1 about democracy and migration, and we're moving slowly but surely to the second topic, which is about polarization and disinformation, another big challenge that we face as educators and as a society. So I would like to start with Professor Ildiko Tova, because I also want to ask to what extent the disinformation that we are experiencing every day is causing polarization, and especially in the context of the new pact on migration. Is there a chance that this pact will unite Europe, or can we expect that it will actually divide Europe?
Oh God, it's a hard one. Well, let's try to start on a positive note. The new pact on migration is a decisive step forward. And I'm confident, because it's a result of a really long process of trying to harmonize the reception systems in Europe. The process actually started in the 90s after the ex-Yugoslavia wars, when actually the Dublin regulation was introduced. The current pact is in a way a result of the so-called refugee crisis after 2013, 14, 15. And when I'm saying the so-called crisis, of course it's a crisis, but it's not a crisis of numbers, it's a crisis of narratives. I know it's a bit strange to say this here in Mytilene, on Lesbos, because here numbers mean something in this context, but but imagine if there is a system of fair distribution of this burden among the member states. And actually the whole idea of introducing the new pact and proposing this fresh start as the Commission announced when launching the whole debate on the pact was exactly to introduce new mechanisms of solidarity and replacing the old ones with the so-called flexible solidarity. Honestly, on a personal level, I don't know what being flexibly compassionate means. I mean, or flexibly engaged. I'm either compassionate or either engaged, but I cannot do it flexibly. You know, it's nonsense. But on political level, they do introduce this term of flexible solidarity. In practice, I think it's more flexible than solidarity in practice. And finishing with the positive side, actually the new pact is a reflection of the fake news, of the securitarian narratives, of the whole idea of instrumentalizing migration, of externalization of the European migration policy. So it's kind of a result of what we have on the level of the political debate. And often when I speak about Bulgarian migration policies, I use this term that actually politics in practice kills policies. So when we have those kind of political debates, and it's a consensus. It's a consensus. There is no, on political level, there is no alternative discourse. We have this process of mainstreaming the far-right discourse. We have this process of making it normal. This is the normal discourse on political level. So I'm not optimistic that this pact will help us overcome the polarization. But I'm still optimistic because this is why, as Alliance, we are forming the next generation of migration experts. Actually the program it's designed to offer not only academic excellence but trainings and internships and working in the field with organizations, institutional one, but as well the civil sector. So the students will be prepared to work in the real life. And I do believe that in 10 years, when we have the next new pact on migration, if those are the experts preparing it and working on it, we'll have a real solidarity in this pact and a burden share, a fair burden share among the member states.
Let's hope this will happen, but I think we are going back to our mission that maybe we cannot change the big politics, but we can change the mindset. So if we are educating new generation of students who are resilient to disinformation, because migration is one aspect of polarization, but there are many other political problems and issues that are used to divide societies. I want to ask the students for a moment about your digital lives, because you lead probably very different lives from the older generation. How do you manage with polarization, disinformation, and to what extent do you think it should be part of the curriculum at the university? Is it our job to educate you about it, or is it something that you already know how to deal with?
Maybe I would start the contribution to this question because I study data science and AI, machine learning, etc. So I believe for everyone, and even more so for us, the younger generation, who are actually now entering professional and social structures of real life, it is absolutely a new era of challenges with the disinformation based on the generative AI. And for example, even personal experiences, it's very scary to realize that a person you know can be deepfaked, be it through voice, be it through video. It's a very real and tangible threat. So I think the very fundamental part of solution for this problem is demystifying AI and taking away that humanizing characteristics of AI. And that is done through education. So not just technical knowledge for people who are maybe in other fields, but also explanation that AI, I think the previous panel, the speakers told us that it's just a predictive algorithm of what the next word is going to be in your sentence. Yes, it is very, very convincing. Yes, it is very complex, but providing workshops as an ERUA, as an educational alliance, providing workshops, seminars, summer schools, winter schools, it would be amazing for us. And I think this could be a very new focus point for ERUA as well for the coming years, specifically like AI, etc. Yes, something that AI is maybe a bubble that is going to burst, something that AI is going to exponentially grow. We don't know that yet, but the real tools that can endanger lives and that can spread so much disinformation are here. And it is our responsibility to be able to provide tools for education for younger generations. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Julia, would you like to add something as an expert in political sciences?
Not in AI though, but I do think if we're talking about new technologies such as generative AI, we must also talk about regulation. As anything that comes new to our lives, one day we gotta regulate it, and we gotta talk about guidelines on how to use it. It cannot be a free using kind of thing, because of course it's present in universities right now. Students are gonna use it. There's no way to stop that, but we must have some sort of guidelines into how to try to profit from it. But I do agree it has lots of consequences, and we should think critically about them and consider them seriously.
Thanks a lot. And I want to ask about this problem of disinformation in your line of work. I mean, is it something that is creating obstacles for your job? Do you find it intensifying, or how does it work in your field?
It's really important. The way we talk about refugees and the way we talk about the situation makes the difference. For example, if we are talking about this as a crisis rather than a reality of the human, of the humanity, if we go back to the history, the human mobility is part of the nature of the humanity itself. But also having refugees, hosting refugees and migrants also brings challenges, yes, but brings opportunities to the host communities. We were discussing with Tulina when we were coming here about what is the reality of Greece. Greece is the Greek islands particularly are famous for the tourism. And we were checking on the media information. Greece was in need of, only in this year, of 364,000 workers. And refugees and migrants help to fill the gap on 25%. But how many refugees are there in Greece? According to the official information from the government, more or less 160,000 refugees are living in Greece. So it means that they represent only the half of the need of the workers in Greece. So there are opportunities. Refugees are not a crisis, are not a burden. Refugees bring opportunities, bring diversity, and I think they can contribute. So the way we talk, the way we speak, the rhetorics we focus on can make the difference. So yes, it's important that spaces like this are really important to acknowledge, to discuss, and to, raise awareness about the situations.
Thank you, if I may add. Misinformation can have devastating effects on how communities perceive refugee movements, refugees themselves, how policies are created, legislation, regulations are created. So it needs to be combated through evidence-based reports. This is what we do in UNHCR, create evidence-based reports from information coming from the ground, from actual situations, actual people that we witness. We share with the government officials, with European officials, and it's very important to hear the refugees themselves, to have direct to the source of the information. Yes, through these reports, we want to present the real situation that will lead to a response that is realistic, fair, and based on the legal obligations of the states. And to this part also, I would like to add that in UNHCR, we often are called to testify as a third-party, not testify, but share third-party interventions to European Court of Human Rights based on our experience, on our evidence-based reports that can affect local Greek, but European and global jurisprudence on these issues.
Thank you very much. And Susan, would you like to add something, your ideas about the disinformation? Do you come across this as a big problem in your work? And can you share it?
I think disinformation is something that we need to incorporate into our teaching learning programs so that basically we are raising awareness of how it appeals to our emotions rather than to our reasoning. And if we can get students to focus on how, it's more the tactics of how people produce this information. If people can become aware of that, I think it's easier to become more resilient to it. I can mention here an amazing game developed by the University of Cambridge. It's a computer kind of game. It's called Go Viral. And it takes you through a series of statements where you either share or abandon. And the more appealing to the emotions the shares are, the more likes they get. And it really kind of gives you a full-on experience without being dangerous of what disinformation is like. And so the person, like at the end of the class, there's someone, so the student who is doing what they would do has got 300 likes, and the student who's actually cottoned on to what you have to do to get many likes has got something like 56,000 likes at the end of 20 minutes. And that is an amazing game. You can look it up on the internet, something that I've used in the class. So yeah, I think we need to expose people to the tactics to make them more resilient.
Thank you very much. It seems it's another item on our curriculum that will have to be compulsory. Yes.
If I may add, I would like to highlight also the importance of preserving social memory, social history, and refer to the University of the Aegean, which is hosting this meeting, I suppose, and the Observatory of the Refugee and Migration Crisis, that is keeping archives of historical records, but current records as well. And it's very important for students, for the host communities, for the refugees, to have this evidence stored somewhere for future research, but also for our everyday understanding of how the refugee movements were perceived and are perceived by the refugees, the host communities, NGOs, humanitarian workers. And we have very close collaboration as UNHCR with the University of the Aegean. I am a doctor of the University of the Aegean myself in social anthropology and history, and we're delivering lectures, accompanying summer schools, so it's really important to maintain this collaboration.
Thank you very much. Why didn't we meet you earlier? Okay, we also would like to ask George.
Just quickly to add something, yeah. So I think it became very clear from what everyone said that it is important to remember that academia, universities, are one of the two main guardians of the truth. Yeah, so one is the legal system, and they have due process and their procedures to maintain truth. We have the scientific method, but we also have our teaching capacity. And it was already said that, yeah, so there are many different ways and many specific ways in which we can teach. But in this context, I think we shouldn't undervalue the importance of social sciences and humanities and arts in particular, because these are the ways which we historically have used in order to not only develop the expertise in certain very useful disciplines, but also develop personalities. Yeah, we should remember that being in the European Union and being a European alliance, also we have the task to develop key competences for lifelong learning. So this is not just a school objective. We should also take care to do this at the university as well. And of course, this includes building the citizen of today, citizenship, competence, and critical thinking, critical skills, social competences, empathy, etc. So all these things should be included in our curricula, in our syllabi, and in what we do. And of course, we can look for more innovative and more effective ways to realize this in practice. But we should just keep focused on this particular role of the university as well.
Thank you very much. Very important role that we should not forget about. Another job to the list. Now we are really wrapping up with our final round of questions. It will be very short because this is a chance for every panel member to just say about one challenge, the most pressing issue that they think is very important today. And maybe this could also guide us as something that in the ERUA Alliance we could work on. And maybe next year when we meet, we could actually see, oh, maybe we address some of those issues. I'm really interested, and let's start from the students.
For me, it will definitely be AI and its use in everyday life, understanding it and trying to control the contributions it has towards nature. I love AI, but we have to be able to control it.
Sorry, it was really tough for me to choose one because I think they're all intertwined and connected and they intersect somehow, or they are the consequence or the cause of one another. So I think if you're talking about political, economical issues, is really try to take a look at, try to be more radical about it in the sense of we need to act on the root of our issues. It's very nice to try to build solutions for them, but I think most interestingly, if we're talking about displacement, we should maybe try to strive towards building the material conditions that will allow people to be migrants and to have the possibility to make the consensual decision to move. And not to be forced to do so. So yeah, for me, it's really everything intersects. And I think on a more university level, on a more alliance level, maybe we should try to listen to our communities because I think the message is very clear. And I think there is a way to change and we definitely might do so if we allow ourselves to.
Okay, so I think that if you want to protect and preserve our democracy, because it is the most important thing actually, if we want, yeah, it works? Okay, if we want to be able to protect human rights, if you want to be able to help migrants, if you want to enforce these international legal instruments that protect migrants and so on, so we need to be democratic countries. So if we want to protect our democracy, we really have to build critical capacity in our citizens. And working at the university level, we are quite important because we develop the critical capacity of our students. We train teachers who in turn develop the critical capacity in school students as well. So I think we have the potential to really make a huge change, and we need to focus on that. Thank you.
Yeah, technologies. Technologies is probably the most transversal one. Because technologies are changing our way of communicating, of teaching, even our perception of time and space, if I follow Bourdieu in this understanding, and of course technologies are just a tool, but what I want to say, and actually elaborating a bit on what Georgi said in the previous round, there is this tendency to invest in technologies, in science, to teach maths, physics, chemistry, whatever, but not only as someone coming from political science, but as someone coming from academia, I think we are obliged to preserve social sciences and humanities, because those are the disciplines where we are teaching and transmitting values. And technologies without values, this could be really dangerous. And to protect democracy, to protect the world we all, I believe, want to live in, we do need to teach and to give this understanding to the next generations that values as a compass, as something giving us direction, are extremely important.
I fully agree with the colleagues. It's really difficult to choose one, but I will agree that the values of human rights are more than relevant, because it's really important for the solidarity, for the dignity of the human beings, but also to raise awareness among everyone about the dignity of all the human beings, no matter where they come, how do they look, why did they come. So the values of human rights, the solidarity, it's something really important to preserve, to discuss, and to maintain relevant in the public discussion for accountability purpose including. Thank you.
Very important challenges raised by colleagues. I will refer to one that we're enduring now as UNHCR and other organizations due to funding cuts, really severe funding cuts affecting the humanitarian space globally. Thousands of positions are cut, humanitarian aid programs like food, medical, and others. We, from 78 staff in our office some years back, now we will be 3 in a few months. It's very difficult to continue our work because, in general, the civil society is shrinking. And I think that it's of utmost importance to maintain civil society on the forefront. To maintain human rights dignity for everybody, irrespective of their religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or any other characteristic they may have. Thank you.
Okay, for me, I think it's the way that we receive our information. I think that this is a challenge to democracy because it affects our ability to discern and to agree on what is actually true and what the facts are.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot today from our great, very wise panelists, so thank you very much for all your contributions. I wish we could continue our discussions, but there is another panel. I would like maybe to just add that ERUA is the European Reform University Alliance, and if I see one really big challenge and really tough and really difficult ahead of not only this alliance but all other universities, is a real reform, which requires radical changes. And I've seen universities that gone through radical reform, and now they're winning students' hearts. And I would like to see more universities doing this, because some of the practices we do are no longer applicable in the world that we live today. And I wish that we can be more reformed in the future. So thank you very much.
Does this work? Oh, okay. Yeah, it works.
Person on.
All right, I think we are going to start this panel, so I invite you to have a comfortable seat so that we can proceed. Welcome to this last panel of today called Engaged, Empowered, Impactful Student Participation in Reshaping Higher Education. What a topic to end this day specifically of the ERUA Summit. I will introduce myself first. My name is Margot van Duinslegger. I am involved in ERUA as an advisory board member, but more specifically as an external evaluation team member. But I am speaking on this panel and chairing this panel more specifically from the perspective of a recent graduate of the first joint bachelor program by a University Alliance called Una Europa. So this is more with this student background that I am chairing this particular panel. And of course, the topic is of central importance, both in the context of university alliances, because what are universities without their students, but more specifically in the context of ERUA, which puts at the very center of its identity students. So let me introduce you, the colleagues right next to me on this table. First of all, there is Alexandra Petrova. She is the ERUA Student Board Secretary and team member, and she is also a former local student council member and PhD student at the New Bulgarian University. Then we have Samuel Taviro. He is now an alumnus, actually, from Las Palmas, and he is an ERUA student board member, and he is also involved in the Blue Commission, as you have heard from this morning, where he was quite involved. He was also part of his local student council before joining ERUA, in fact, and involved in ESU as well, through the Spanish student representative branch. Then we have Caterina, right here, Shoina. She is the co-chair of the Civis Student Council, and she is also a PhD student at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Then right in the middle here, we have Bartolomeo San Germano. He is an alumnus from the University of Turin, and he is the vice president of the Student Assembly at the alliance called UNITA between 2023 and 2025. Then right here we have Audrey Sullivan-Riley. She is the monitoring, evaluation and learning officer for the alliance called Circle U. And at the very end of the table, we have Nikki Cassis, who is an academic based at the Center for Teaching and Learning at the University of Viadrina, and she's also leading the ERUA work package on student engagement more specifically. So as you can see, the members of this panel are not only from ERUA, but also coming from different university alliances. So I want you to receive the contributions on this discussion more as a broader debate, actually, on the role of students in university alliances on the European level, and not strictly for ERUA. And hopefully for the ERUA stakeholders right here, it can also be food for thought and some kind of a channel for innovation and inspiration for you when you are designing and understanding student engagement within your own alliance. So, as it is of tradition in academia, usually one must define what is it we are talking about before diving into analyzing it a bit further. So I would like to first take a moment to define what is it student engagement in fact, and specifically in the context of university alliances, because obviously being an engaged student in a more traditional university context might be quite different from what it means to be a student engaged in an alliance more specifically. And then I would also like to dive a bit more into the potential dichotomy we can make between being a student representative and being an engaged student. Is it the same thing, in fact? Student representation and student engagement. How can we differ between the two of them? How are they intertwined, and how may they overlap in some way? So maybe I would start with Caterina. If you could tell me, in your experience, how do you define student engagement, and how is it taking a new sense in the context of alliances?
First of all, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. It's really important for us to have discussions like that, and to have on the table other alliances and not only one, because at the end of the day, it's all about collaboration. So for me, student engagement, it's a big word, pack of words, because my PhD academic life, it's highly involved into my alliance, Civis Alliance, because I'm involved from the 2022 as a simple member, and until 2025 that I was the co-chair of the Civis Student Council. So I could say that it's structured partnership from my point of view, in co-designing, co-create, co-design, everything. Because alliances are, of course, for academics, staff, and all of the people that are doing hard work in all of that, because it needs a high amount of work in order to achieve all of this. But, okay, it's also for students, because we talk about students, what students can achieve from all of that, what students can gain from all of those alliances. So from me, it's that. It's a structured partnership, and for the students to be involved into the alliances, into the voting systems, into the governance bodies. Civis does that highly. Transparency, and many other activities that we need to give to other students and not only to us, that we are into the alliances in our positions. So, yeah, I could say, for starters, all of this. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I would maybe go on to you, Simon, because we also had a conversation just before the panel started, actually, on this idea of how being a student representative is obviously, or seemingly, being an engaged student, but can one be an engaged student without being a representative? And how do we enable this? And how are alliances maybe giving a whole new dimension and array of possibilities to be engaged in other ways than being an elected representative, for instance?
Okay, so thank you so much. Actually, this is a question I've been asking myself for the past couple of weeks. It's not like, yeah, I just came up with this idea in a random conversation with a colleague that is up there. So a lot of student representatives are now being aware of ERUA in our university, and obviously, as you mentioned, an already engaged student by student representative is already probably interested in what we are doing, but then there was another question. Why are we now getting so many engaged students that maybe are not interested at all in being a student representative? And what are the different expectations and different realities that, yeah, makes them to choose being an engaged student rather than a student representative, and also the other way around? And just reflecting, I think being an engaged student means feeling part of the university, being careful about every open call, every activity, just more in a passive way, sometimes even just, you know, looking into everything and saying, I'm interested in this and I will do this, but then I also know what's happening and what I don't want to do. So they are engaged and they are active, but just receiving information. Then, on the other hand, student representatives usually are the ones bottom things up. So they are the ones attending the meetings, they are the ones that try to make decisions, that speak with the other engaged students to come up with ideas and represent them in the bodies. And I think we already have this separation in ERUA, maybe without realizing it, because we do have the local boards, which are the engaged students, and then we already have the student representatives, which are the student board. So I think just spontaneously we divided it, or I don't know if it wasn't spontaneous. At least I wasn't aware when we were doing it. Yeah, and now we are just in the thinking of how to collaborate. Because obviously now in some student representatives are thinking, I need more people, I need more student representatives. Why are there so many engaged students that don't want to step forward? So that's also how what we were discussing when we came up with the idea.
Thank you very much. Would anybody from this side of the table contribute to how, yeah, go on.
Yes, thank you. I completely agree with my colleagues, and actually I want to underline the fact that, in my opinion, student engagement is a perfect synonym of student involvement. Because if a student doesn't feel part of something, it's not really possible for the student to be engaged in it. And not only involved in a, let's say, egoistic point of view for anything a student might need, but also involved in the betterment of the whole university, of the whole institution. And to do so, we need to look towards the students. We said, it was said before that universities are not only for the staff, but also for the students. I would say that universities are mainly for the students, because without students, there is no university, in my opinion. So that's it. And with regard to the lack, one could say, of student representation and student representatives, I think that's one kind of issue with this topic, is that many students on average spend 3 to 4 years in the same institution, because not most of them, but many of them, after an undergraduate period, they maybe change faculty, they change even state or even country completely. So it's very hard in this short time span to, first of all, getting used to a new environment, new people, a new system, and then also being that involved to step up and be a representative. By the time you understand where you are and what you can do, it's already time to graduate, to think about your thesis, to think about your last exams. So there's, I think that, and it's not something that anybody can do anything about, because it's 3 to 4 years. That's the time needed. But I think that what we should work on is to really involve the students more in this short time span, really focus both as student representative, but also as institution, to really give them the tools to be actively involved in the institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking that indeed, like, we are already shifting onto a sort of second topic that I wanted to bring up with you regarding maybe some obstacles that student engagement brings with it, because indeed it's nice to promote it, obviously, and we are all for it, also, as we are saying, in the ERUA identity, but it's also important to acknowledge the structural difficulties to promote student engagement, whether it is indeed the time frame in which we are blocked, that students are students for a certain amount of time, and although there are people who stay in education as students for quite an unlimited amount of time, especially in Italy, if we think about it, it's still difficult for students feeling when they are sitting around the table and when they have to actually find the tools and the means to be able to make their point come across. And maybe later I would like to hear from you, Audrey, because I hear that in your alliance, the students can be really structured through what you mentioned to be the union. So maybe that would be also interesting to hear from this other non-ERUA perspective in that way.
Yes, of course, I agree with my colleagues. There are a lot of different challenges when you are being a student representative. What we need, of course, we need for the people that we are representing to also communicate, so the whole student community to be filled with connections, because the role of the student representative, as it was mentioned, it's not about the individual speaking our personal opinion, but also combining it with the needs of the community. And I think that's also one of the challenges, that we are usually strong individuals having our own opinions, and we should balance them and work in the benefit of the community. So it is about that balance. And also coming back to motivation, usually each of us has maybe a project or a passion that motivates us to be engaged. So again, finding the space to do your own project and to also do the additional tasks and to have this function. So I would say the balance, and maybe what is needed, the understanding. So this explanation of the role, so that we clearly know the different roles in which students can engage and what is expected from each role, what can we get. Because of course, usually in these structures, it's about voluntarily work, especially when you're representing, but you also have to take something. It can be the inspiration, it can be the positive emotion, it doesn't have to be something physical, but to have something for you, maybe a dream come true in a project on which you work. So this support and this clear information structure and roles, I think, is what is needed. And of course, respect for the opinions when you go into a room, especially if it is a room with mixed public, not only students, but as you mentioned, administration, maybe even directors, as they are here at the summit, and having the open-mindedness to hear what everyone has to say. And for us as students, I think the important reminder, because I see a lot of students, is to not be afraid to speak your opinion. Maybe, of course, we need to try to stick to the language and to the proper way, but also don't let it stop you and feel empowered, as it is the name of the panel, to speak and to be critical. That is something I have.
Something that you felt like that students are really supported by some, like a staff, or is it self-structured students that said we want to be clearly defining our mandate and getting involved everywhere? How did you get to this point?
The Alliance gave us the opportunity to do that, and also we saw into that it worked out. because we were highly involved into this, and the new set of co-chairs now, they're doing a great job, and they're trying to continue this legacy, I could say, because, you know, the thing is that when we leave the right things for the next ones in order to continue that, we do not forget the continuity into all of that. But, okay, for us, I could say, okay, when I got involved into the student council, there were only the working packages for the students. The co-chairs represent the student council into the governance bodies, the big governance bodies, I would say, as a steering committee, educational unit, and all of this stuff. But then, because there are hubs in cities, we elect students from the student council to represent the students into the hubs, for example, or the joint master degrees, or the student-led projects. We elect students in order to have a bigger capacity and to try, this is what you said, to achieve to students to be more engaged into this. Also, at my time, we were involved into the ESA, the European Student Assembly, the European Students Ambassadors Forum, and yeah, there is a big list about all of that. Now I'm telling you the most crucial things that we did. So yeah, we try as much, we tried, and they continue that, to elect students as much as we could into that. And the Alliance, of course, support the Student Council. This is the major thing.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to what you were mentioning, Bartolomea, at some point, regarding the difficulty to align meaningful student engagement with the temporality of being a student, and specifically in the context of alliances which really try to have joint programs, for instance, where mobility is at the core. Then how can we rethink student engagement, or how can we adapt student engagement to programs and to timelines which are meant to be even more fragmented in terms of geographical stability, right? How can are we considering hybrid type of engagement? Are we considering online engagement? How is this making sense with the idea of building trust and connections between humans and communities as well, and making students feel involved? Can they feel involved in a digital space, or should it only be some kind of a physical campus? How do you imagine this?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very nice but big to answer question, to be honest. I think that ever since 2020, so ever since COVID hit, what students really lack still now are, as Nikki was saying before, spaces to aggregate, spaces to discuss, to exchange ideas. So I think that no, definitely not hybrid, definitely not online. We need to go back to the universities. We need to go back leaving our universities, and to do so, we need the spaces. And as to go back to your question, how do we do that on an alliance scale? Well, that's a lot of funding that has to be allocated. And I think that since the objective of this whole project is to build one big European university, I think that also the engagement has to be approached from the point of view of one big European university. So I think that the different alliances should different universities in the alliance, in one alliance, and the different alliances should really try to homogenize the way they speak to their students. They really should train on how to properly connect with their students and to listen to their students, because it's true that this is kind of the job of the student representative, but in my opinion, not only. And also, I think that as of now, student representatives are not nearly taught anything about how to connect. Yeah, sure, we are taught about the rules and the regulation, how the university works, but nobody, at least in my experience and from the other person in the Unit Alliance I've talked to, nobody really took the time to tell us, okay, to connect to the students, you have to do this, and that. You have to be able to listen. How do you do that? Here's how you do it. So I think that, to conclude, a really key role for this engagement on an alliance level have to be the representative role, but also the representative really need to step up their work. We've been doing an amazing job, I think, from what I heard from my colleagues also in UNITA. We did in March our first alliance-wide elections, 12 different universities across 8 different countries in Europe, all done online at the same time, which was an amazing result. But I still think it's not enough. And to reach the point we need to reach, I think that we really need to start to train our representative better in how to be a good student representative.
Yeah, I would like to add and agree with you, and would like to add that also to the point of being overwhelmed, that we have on the one hand the complexity, it's also the complexity of long-term versus short-term, so the motivation which is there to do something, but at the same time it's important to build sustainable structures, as Catalina said. Then we have the administrative barriers, or not barriers, but difficulties or complexities, let's say, that often some ideas there, but then some like limitations in just implementing them cause a lot of delay, and then motivation gets lost and so on, or it's not understandable without the implicit knowledge within the university why a specific mobility or whatever is not possible in that way. And the third, I think, is also something that I would like to address to everyone in the university community, also my colleagues, that we often speak about students with this narrative of you have to do the change, you have to transform, and yeah, of course, the young people are the ones who have, let's say, the future time, but it's all, I mean, we need to do this now, so it's all of us who need to work on that together, and I think that's an important aspect for me to stress, that also resonates with what we heard before, that it's not only about students, but also about involving researchers, administration, to really work on this together. And about the equipment of skills, let's say, I think, I mean, there is, for example, this very strong trend in innovative learning about challenge-based learning, and there is 3 steps, which is the first is engage. It's called engage, and means basically, first of all, understand the problem or understand the context. It's not acting, it's first of all only understanding, which relates to transparent information, explanation of structures, of abbreviations, of policies, all these complex topics. The second is the investigation phase, where you start like going deeper, and the third one is the acting, which is already going towards solutions, and it comes as third point. And I think like it happens in a real world scenario with challenge-based learning. I think what we do actually in the Alliance is when we work together, and not only having students participating, but actually really discussing the topics that matter together. And these are spaces where these topics are discussed. So the alliances are exactly these spaces. When we discuss this together and develop solutions together, it's actually a kind of learning space. So we are actually like going from the classroom of learning and all the trainings, we actually work together to make the institutions more in a way that they fit the needs of its community, and including everyone of this community. And I think that's important, and that's also maybe a way to approach this engagement not as an isolated topic, but to see this as the task of the whole institution, to kind of teach or learn with each other, peer tutor each other on every level to how to make this institution fit the societal and the internal needs and challenges. That's to add.
Yes, thank you so much for this. I saw that, Audrey, you were writing a lot of things down. Would you like to contribute to this question?
So many points. Maybe I can reflect on a few that I just reflecting from what you two were saying. I'm really interested to hear about kind of the student perspective in terms of the physical versus virtual versus hybrid versus all of this stuff. I think this is actually part of my job is to get the numbers on this within our universities, which is challenging. And there actually doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in mobility, and it's something that I think a lot of the Alliance, I mean, it's one of the key things that the European Commission is looking for as a result of the European University Alliances is an increase in mobility. They want 50% mobility of students in Europe. I mean, I would say within Circle U, and I know it's not very different from other alliances, we're probably not even at 2%. So I think within our own alliance. So it's interesting because part of the engagement we're also looking for from students, and not necessarily in this representative role alone, is to learn about what students want when it comes to mobility and international exposure, because it's not always so clear in the numbers. And obviously we're trying to understand from qualitative information as well, but I think that's one thing that remains to be kind of not clear from a university perspective and from Alliance perspective is this is a challenge that we're still facing and where we're looking for more guidance from our students on is what do you want us to develop? What do you want your academics to create? What do you want to co-create with your academics in an international environment? And I think that's something we also should emphasize about the European University Alliances. It's also about creating a collaborative European, really emphasizing European values. And you might understand from my accent, I'm American. So for me, this is a really interesting concept, and it's something that you really buy into as well, is that you see the impact that this kind of thinking has on you from the European University Alliances. And so it's not just necessarily about mobility numbers or about, you know, increasing offerings, it's about what the offerings do for students in the long run. And I think it's important to emphasize that the European University Alliances are for students, but they also kind of in a way need to be by students as well. All my points have merged into so many, but I think maybe I'll end on one point, and it's, you can maybe see it next to my name, but I work a lot on impact, and that's kind of the point of what we're doing in the European University Alliances is we want to see transformation in our universities, not just the alliances alone, but the universities themselves are in these communities so that they can transform, so that they can learn from one another, so that they can impact their students and kind of move around in the social environment and create social impact. And I think it's important to emphasize in that way as well that that is for the students, it's for our communities, and it's really important that we have that engagement and we address the challenges there. So I got a bit broad at the end there, but I think the message is clear.
Maybe the students, would you like to reply on this, especially regarding this whole thing that we brought up, where Bartolomeo is more on the purely physical idea, but then if we don't want mobility, how do we collaborate with people from the other universities? What is your opinion on this specifically? Because I think we were either in high school or in university already, but at the beginning when COVID hit. So how are we also taking maybe the learnings from this and the new habits that we might have taken to still connect, or do we actually really need to be physically there to connect in a proper way, or what is your perspective on this?
Okay, I think I may start, and then Alex will probably develop and add to what I will say. So for me, in Las Palmas, it's a really big issue, just regardless of COVID, actually, because we are really segregated in different campuses, and they are far from each other. We don't see each other really often. There are 17 faculties, each one with different timetables. So now in ERUA, it's impossible to arrange in-presence meetings. We don't have facilities, first of all, so there is no ERUA space, and we are looking for one, just addressing someone, Mr. Regis. So, but then going into the details, we always meet online, despite being from the same university, and I know now that we've been together for several days, things are really different, and addressing people is also really different, and we lack skills maybe because we are always doing it online. And I think we are used to treating people online and not really seeing all the, let's say, emotions and reactions. And then when we get in presence, things get even more complicated. They advance faster, but they also trigger more problems, and that's what we've seen the past days. So maybe ensuring spaces, ensuring sharing things personally would make engagement quite easier, and also would unite students to one cause, which is to be, heard in universities, and also would avoid any misconception coming from above, because we have high pressure, because a small mistake may, make us lose all our credibility. And that's a fact. And also may, if we had convinced someone from stop being patronizing towards us, that would maybe change their minds, if you know what I'm trying to say.
And of course, I think I can continue logically that I think we all support having both the online and the physical. And as you mentioned, the emotions and the connections when we are all together are different. We are experiencing it now. Of course, it creates difficulties, but usually it's more positive. And I think what is important to say that, of course, it is positive for the work. It is much more productive when we are in the same room and trying to complete some tasks, because there is always work to do. But always remember to have time just to meet the people, to spend some free time and to get to know each other. Because we are speaking about communities, we are speaking about teams, but you can't build a team only through work. You can build it through some maybe personal stories, having a meal together. Here, of course, the technologies and the world we live in help us, because we can have each other on social media, we can have different channels to continue that communication. So it's really important to keep the community alive, both on-site and online, and to really take the use of all those opportunities and instruments we have. And in all the encounters, no matter where they are, I think we should always remember to be more empathetic and supportful. And coming back to the question about what type of training maybe people need, it's about that. It's about the empathy, about understanding each other, because all of us here now from different countries, from different backgrounds, as it was mentioned, need really maybe to stop and to think before we judge and before we go into a situation. And to learn this, because of course we can't just turn the switch on and be empathetic, and maybe we will need time to learn these skills. And again, it's coming to the long term that we are getting these new skills in the process.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on maybe what you two were saying, but also tied a bit to my point. And I think it's interesting to hear you kind of talk about the importance of the online and the physical, but I think there's another aspect too that I forgot to mention, and it's the sustainability aspect of the physical part as well, and making sure that we're meeting the standards that we have in terms of being kind to our environment as well. And also kind of just reflecting on that, I'm really interested, and I think it's something that I can take back to my own alliance, is kind of your idea about the training that it gives you, not just in the moment, like not just in terms of what it means for representing your students and having this, and we talked about this earlier, but what it means for you in the future. And I think that this is something that we have a difficulty with our own student union as well, which is that we're asking students to engage in activities and things that they might not necessarily see the benefit of it themselves as students. So I think it's also this part of, we're asking you again a lot, but how do we incentivize you to want to be a part of this? And maybe the training is a really key aspect, is that you get something out of it that you can use beyond your university experience. But I just wanted to say thank you for those insights, because I think it's quite interesting and something I can take back with me as well.
Yes, I just wanted to say that all students need flexibility, and a small comment, less bureaucracy most of the times, because yeah, it's a heavy burden. I saw that a lot happening. But about the in-person and physical mobility, I speak about the Student Council. When we had, because the meetings in the Civic Student Council are once per month, so we had one meeting per year physical, and a second meeting physical in the major civic event, the Civic Days. I saw in those meetings that the cultural barriers, language barriers, some misunderstandings, some things that couldn't be solved through internet, they were solved into the in-person. So I think that the in-person meetings are the most important part. Not many of them, but some of them, because then you learn the others, and of course the edges are smoother. You can collaborate and understand better the others. The internet helps a lot, but sometimes it's a barrier on itself.
Yeah, I wanted to react to Audrey because I think what is important to consider in the student engagement is that it's actually, I truly believe in participation of students, and everyone here knows, but I think still there is a top-down actually demand for a bottom-up approach. So we are actually in a difficult tension that we have to involve students, we have to have X number of mobilities and involve students and so on. And at the same time, we want this to be coming from the students. And I think it's a big challenge also from my experience, like when you ask, for example, how can we solve this on this topic, or how can we involve more students? That's a question that comes very often, like, okay, we design nice events and then no one shows up, for example. And finding a solution to that for students just answering to that question is quite difficult. So why how to know the answer actually? But I think it's important to make this transparent, that and the value of this involvement is not because we need the students to solve, let's say, the problem of raising numbers or something, but it's because something in this alliance is interesting, there is curiosity, and also ourselves working in the alliance, we believe in this. There is something that we think is really important, why it matters to keep the project and keep it into the alliance into a long-term joint endeavor and journey. And I think this is the core of the collaboration, not to just solve some challenges or, let's say, raise the numbers because of the project demands, but to really see, okay, this is part of this. This is what comes with a project. That's project management, actually. And this is something we have to do for something that we believe in as a joint aim. And to do this together as partners, I think, can be a step to also answer to the questions of how to raise numbers or how to get the community be more involved.
Thank you very much. I see we have only 5 minutes left, but I will take some liberty because I was told I can do what I want with my panel. And I also told them, we had a bit of a structure initially, and I told them, please take the structure to the trash and start discussing among yourselves, which I'm happy that it happened in the end of the panel. But we talk about student engagement. I would like to talk about audience engagement. Is there maybe any questions that you would like to address? Yes, go on, Julia.
Hi.
Of course, there will be a question from you.
No, I'm very shy. I have a question for Audrey, because you said about student participation in the work packages. I wanted to know if you could develop a little bit more on that, if there's any sort of compensation for those students that are engaged in this sometimes very intense activities. Thank you.
Maybe just to answer your second question first, the compensation right now is experience. so yeah, it's the glory of being involved in the European University Alliance. No, but it is a really interesting question, and maybe just to kind of understand a bit more how we got to that point, because it's not always been that way. So in our pilot phase, so Circle U's on our 5th year anniversary this year, and we didn't have much student involvement in the everyday aspect of Circle U. And we found that you develop activities or you try to implement particular things, and then afterwards you ask for feedback and you ask for input, and it's a bit not effective necessarily in terms of getting where you want to go. in the quickest way possible. And actually, it was something too that our students recommended in our student union, is they wanted more say in kind of what we were trying to develop as an alliance, and they felt that they could contribute to that. And so it was something that they proposed to us. Again, we rely a lot on our students taking the initiative, and I'm sure it's the same for everyone. But it's been more in the past 2 years that we've had them engaged. To be quite honest with you, we do notice a burden. It is difficult for students because our work package coordinators are being paid to show up every day, relatively speaking, and they're not. They still have courses, they still have exams, they still have their personal life, all of the things that we've been discussing up here. And so it's trying to figure out how we can support them again in a way that they can engage in the way that they want to, in the way that they feel is impactful for them and their communities. And maybe I should also emphasize as well that these representatives they're representatives. They've been elected by their student communities, and then they're selected by their peer representatives to represent at a Circle U level. So it's a bit of a jump, but it's come with time, and it's not that it's without its challenges, basically. So, but we've seen some impact from it on a regular level, but it's difficult for the students, to be quite honest. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, if I may add, as a former member of like 4 or 5 different work packages in my career, the big problem is not really the one of compensation, because even the role as a student representative has basically no compensation. It's something that you do on a voluntary basis, and I think it's fine like that. I think the main issue is that you are firstly a student and you should focus on your studies, whereas the other member of the work packages are either administrative staff or professors whose work is working in the work packages. And so I found myself many times being unable to attend even the meetings, not even discussing, because simply they were during my lectures, they were during my internships, and so I couldn't physically be there. And even if you reduce the number of work packages you belong to only a couple of them, it's very hard to actually participate. I tried for a while to follow by reading the minutes of the meetings, but then when you have 4 or 5 pages long of minutes to read, and then you don't even have the possibility the meeting after to give your point, you may of course send an email or speak to the coordinator of the work package, but it's not the same thing as participating in the discussion. So I think that we should tackle these issues somehow of student participation in work packages.
No, I just wanted to add that I had the same problem. When I tried to follow all the meetings, governance bodies, hubs, working packages, streams, communication unit meetings, our social media accounts, to have in charge all of the student council, other responsibilities, sometimes I had to leave behind, unfortunately, some work of my PhD thesis. And this is the most heavy burden. This is the main problem. Not a problem exactly because we are choosing to be here, of course, or to take charge of all of that. But okay, it needs a bit of balance in order to if we need some future steps from the alliances, probably the student representatives needs a balance, and from the alliances to understand that, okay, we are students first. Yeah.
Hello, thanks for this interesting exchanges. I will come back to the subject of the schedule, which is not very flexible, and yeah, I'm master 2 degree, and it is very difficult when we change often from one university to another to have an engagement that can be sustainable and to follow one project. The projects are often very long and it's difficult to adapt. And the second subject was on the recognition of the student engagement. I was before on the regional council youth forum, and it was also a big subject. And so, what not especially for all, what do you do in order to improve this big subject? Thanks.
To be quite honest, my role in For You For All is much more focused. So as you can see, I'm vice chair of the impact group. So this is much more focused on admin that are trying to measure, monitor, report on impact. We don't have much student engagement within that group. There might be someone else on the board that, or on the panel that has more on this. I know they're involved in other work packages because it's actually quite a big project being funded by the Commission for the European University Alliances again. So it's much bigger than just my small group of 50 people. But I know that it's a key part of For You For All, and it's very important that even at this level that students are involved. I'm just not very well versed on the capacity in which they're doing so, so apologies for that.
Maybe I can reply on a personal experience. I think that the recognition of student engagement is a huge topic, and it relates a bit to the to how do you reward this effort and this energy that is being put, and how and the sacrifice as well. You're sacrificing your PhD thesis, of course.
And it was the reason that I stepped back from the student council. I loved it a lot. Probably you can see that. But at the end, I need to finish my studies because I am at the end of my studies. I hold a scholarship. I have other commitments. So, yeah.
I think the recognition can be twofold. Of course, we are mentioning the pecuniary compensation, and I think that can be helpful in the sense that we are not. We must be inclusive in the sense that there are students who are students and who are also engaged, but there are students who are workers to pay for their rent. It is my case. So when you are also having this context of having to work to sustain yourself as a student, so the work part is not something you can remove from your schedule because it is you're dependent on that to be able to be a student in the first place. Then we are not inclusive when we are not allowing students to also be engaged if they want to be on a voluntary basis. However, I had this conversation. I do a lot of volunteering as well, and there is always this question of, oh my God, why are you volunteering in the first place? And I think that there's a lot of things I do as a volunteer that I would never do if I was paid to do it, because I would think it would feel like some kind of exploitment. But if it's a voluntary basis, I do it because of what drives me. I do it because of an ambition I have, and I do it because I think that the actions are leading to something I wish for myself and the rest of my community. So I think that in that sense, the motivation when you're doing something on a voluntary basis is leading you much further. That's the first point. The other type of compensation you can have is recognition, in the sense that you feel seen for all the actions and the efforts that you've put into the action that you've been involved in. And I think that can be very formal in the form of awards, for instance, or some specific recognition from the university context, which acknowledges the amount of effort you've done. But I think that, and I thought it's a part of a personal journey, right, that when you're growing up, you realize that eventually your parents can be proud of you, but the person that should be proud of you is yourself, right? So I think that it also goes inside of a journey of personal value and valorization of what you're doing yourself. And the recognition, and I think it can help in that sense to have some workshops, as we were mentioning, on putting words onto what have you learned for yourself as a student. So being a student representative is not that you are fulfilling a mandate and that's it. It is that you are learning to represent peers. It is that you are learning to make compromise, that you are learning to negotiate with others, that you are learning to evolve in a multicultural environment. And all of these skills are as many things that you cannot count on fingers and that are absolutely invaluable for yourself as an individual and as a citizen today, but also for you as a future person on the labor market. So I think that potentially, this more symbolic type of recognition is the one that is the most crucial. And so if you seek some kind of recognition for what you're doing as a student, maybe this is something that can outweigh the difficulty and the very late nights and all the online meetings and the extra hours of work to pay for a train ticket. So this was just a sort of personal input on that question. But for me, there is a bit this twofold situation. I don't know if somebody wants to...
Yeah, if I can.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so sorry, it's going to take a bit longer, but I hope that you're passionate about this topic, so let's go on.
I agree with Margot about it's not something you should do because you're searching for a compensation. I think that starting to pay student representatives would really open up to a lot of different liabilities, because at that point you're going to find someone who just want to do that for the compensation part. But in the University of Turin, we are testing, we just launched it, a program that can give a sort of recognition more than a compensation to the students that do representative work, which are open badges, which basically are micro-credentials that certificate that since you've spent 2 years as a representative in your department maybe, or in the student council, you have acquired a certain set of skills. And these micro-credentials can be used, can be of course added to your curriculum, but can be used also during your work life as a sort of certification that you can do something.
Yeah, I would like to add to the discussion 2 things. One is that when we talk about the role of students and the representation in the Alliance, we are talking about a university, a European university. So it's important from my point of view, and I'm not speaking as the Alliance, but as like from my role, that of course the local level also has representation structures. And it's important from my point of view that the alliances do not create a competition. So this is the engagement that is, for example, paid, and it's the one that also has travels. So no one wants to engage anymore on the local level, because right now these local structures exist very often, at least in parallel, but like combined or even embedded or linked, but it's still, there is the structures that were there before the alliances. And I think that's a very important responsibility we have to also keep in mind as alliances, that we are not kind of taking from the local level the engaged students and the ones who are representative, take representatives role into the alliance. However, I think when we talk about work package, being part of a work package and really like engaging, like there is, I think, needs to be a differentiation of the level of engagement. If there's someone really implementing the project, and this is a student like taking a responsible role in the work package, actually doing the work that where stuff is actually put in, and this is something that actually everyone agrees that this distribution is made. I think it's dangerous to not acknowledge this in some kind of compensation, because we also need to make sure that with all the student engagement and also this request to engage students, we are not putting the work on the students that has to be done for the project with the stuff that is in the project. So if students take roles of staff in the project, I think this is a different case than representation. And I think it's not like, I'm not saying that there should never be a compensation for representation or something, but I think it should be considered also in relation to the local level to avoid this competition.
Maybe one last question, and then I have a bit of a sort of surprise conclusion for you. Yes, go on.
Well, it's not a question, just because we're already 10 minutes late, but you know the Japanese people, you know. Well, first of all, I was quite excited, and I want to congratulate all the members of this table, especially not only people from ERUA, but of course people and representatives of other alliances. I've been making some study of Circle U, for example, and there are around 500,000 population alliance. Thebes as well, because of course I know some of the representatives from the Spanish University from Madrid, and UNITA has double the numbers that we have in ERUA. But it's also, they have something in common with ERUA because is a regional focus alliance. And this is something that is a kind of different way of understanding alliances. We are trying to understand that we are in edges and trying to understand what it is. Meanwhile, Thebes and Circle U are centers of huge universities somehow. But this is the great moment of being here today, because we have an incredible engagement initiative of students that they are really engaged in our alliance. Absolutely proud of the people that they are here in the audience and people from ERUA. And my request is that please connect with us. You that they are the guests today, of course, you are here today and we will have the dinner together. I think it's the moment of truth, because this is a unique moment for Europe in which all the students together can focus the future of our tomorrow. The students are really trigger and really agents of change, and people in the edges, students in the edges, I really believe that they have something very special to tell you. Something to tell you because they are also different as you are. And in this differentiation, we can really create an incredible future together. And please take it into account and try to connect with us as strongly as possible, because we are all together here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to also thank all of you for having taken part to this panel. Before we go, I'm a strong believer in the power of inspiration, especially to drive people to face the structural difficulties that one may face when building something that is quite new and innovative. So bear with me and let me take this stage hostage for a little longer. For all the poets in the room, this is our moment. As I said, I'm a strong believer that the greatest achievements are those driven not by material reward, but by human connection. And I think that building Europe is about understanding your neighbor, connecting with them, and build bridges from one edge to the other. So allow me to share my poetry, and hopefully you can take it home with you after this event. These are the words I wrote for a poem during a winter school, so it's quite also pertinent for the current moment. It was in the context of my own joint degree, so I share them with you as something that was given as a gift to those who managed to create this joint program that I think shaped my personality in so many ways, even if it ended only a few weeks ago. Today I would like to share with you something personal, but that we all have in common. If you look around in this room, far from a Europe that looms, you will find a Europe without whom we see our future to be doomed. If you look around you in this room, where unity in diversity makes up this community, you will find variations coming from all nations, which make up this European effect that we all once have felt. European effect, though far from perfect and sometimes with defect, is not for us to neglect in the grand scheme of the European dream. What brings us together today is our continuous decision for a common future vision, the bringing in togetherness of all the souls working for this alliance, and the eagerness of an again achieved connectedness. This very feeling, the European feeling I'm talking about, acts as a vindication of Schumann's intentions in his famous declaration. So may these words bring you either some comfort that whatever you are doing right now is working towards the right direction, or may they give you some more energy for when you return to your office for the next week and you are back between four walls working for something that might feel quite distant. I want you to think about the impact that this kind of alliance has on the generations that are benefiting from it. It's allowing people to emancipate in ways you have no ideas. It's talk to the students around you and get their feedback on how these kind of things can change their lives, really. And I believe in this European project because I don't think of myself as a French or as a rule. I think of myself as a true European. And I really invite you to keep your efforts and your energy towards this, because I can only tell you how worth it is and how meaningful it can be for a new generation of people to feel like they can choose what they want to do, whether they want to live in the edges, whether or not, and if they do live in the edges, that they don't feel it as something that is burdening them because they happen to be born here, but it's something that they feel empowered in, and that they don't feel any less lucky than any other person on the planet. So I also want to take a moment to thank you, because I know that you are all making an incredible effort. And sometimes when I read the news and I feel like the world is going a bit apart, and that tolerance is not exactly on the front line of how people behave towards one another, I find a lot of comfort thinking about all of your souls and all of you walking around on the planet and trying to make Europe something that we all believe should be inclusive and allowing people to move and to decide for their own future. So really thank you from the bottom of my heart. I took the liberty that I was given, and I think this is what also student engagement is about. Now I invite you to take the moment of the dinner to build the bridges we have been talking about, and to indeed connect with one another inside of ERUA, but also with the outside, because we are not evolving as just a single entity working on its own, but we are connecting with the others as well. And I think that the bridges work not only between the universities of an alliance, but between the alliances and also with the outside. This is not only Europe, but as we were saying and mentioning throughout the summit as well, there's also a lot of people out there and a lot of students in other continents that have not the chance that we do to move so easily and to connect so easily. So may we also think about them and reflect on this. So I hope inspiration found you, and I hope that you will find inspiration further in the rest of this summit. Thank you.
One thing before leaving, just out of topic, you know, we're in the summit, we're all together, and we want to activate our social media for students. So Las Palmas students thought of many videos to include all universities, and I just need a couple of volunteers from each language, students better. Can you please stay, if you speak any language official to ERUA, please? It will be short. It won't take you more than 10 minutes.